Welcome to Crafty Beach. This is Julie. This is my best of 2024 coastal edition. I took your favorite DIYs from every coastal or beach video I did in 2024, and these are your favorites. So this is a beach DIY crafting marathon. Lots of Dollar Tree shore living items, which usually come out in the spring, and also using just Dollar Tree supplies. For the first video, this was my Lost at Sea video, and these were your favorite 2 DIYs from this video. I'm gonna use one of their new charms. These are so pretty. I'm gonna use the sea turtle, one of the new Dollar Tree canvases, and then just a plain frame from the Dollar Tree because I want to frame the canvas. I always think they look better like that. And this is such a pretty print. Isn't this so pretty? Somebody posted in our Facebook group, I think they might have put a starfish or a sand dollar on this. I can't really remember. And I loved it. So when my store finally got shore living, I was sure to grab some of these. Now it almost fits exactly in that frame. That would be great, but I think it would break the frame to force it in there. So let's just go ahead instead of like a reverse canvas, we are just gonna have to cut the canvas off by using a razor blade. I couldn't find my good one, so I'm gonna use this one from the Dollar Tree. And yes, I have a band-aid on my finger there. I had a little crafting injury making these. Cut myself with scissors. Darn it. And then I am just going to cut these off. This blade is a little lightweight, so getting the corners where it's kind of like doubled up was a little bit tricky. I'm trying to snip it down with scissors if I can. Whatever I can do to avoid having to take all those staples out, because as you can see, they have it stapled down well. Now, since it almost fit in there, I really only need the front part of the canvas, so I don't really have to worry about cutting it on the sides or anything like that. But I just want to free it. It kind of looks like burlap, the color, but it's a canvas, and then it has like all the white coral on there. So pretty. So I'm just kind of using the fold line from the canvas as reference of where to cut it down, and then I could always trim it more because this is probably going to make it just a little bit too big. But I'm so excited to use that sea turtle there. They have those starfish, sea turtles, sand dollars, and a seashell. And they're so pretty that I ordered a second case of them because I love them. And that reminds me, it's in my Dollar Tree. I need to go pick it up. So just testing out the size of my canvas and just kind of trimming it down to make sure it fits. Doesn't have to be perfect because the wood background on this sign actually is pretty close to the same color as the canvas. So I don't think you'll be able to tell if I don't get it cut perfectly. To attach it, I'm going to just simply Mod Podge it down, but I want to do something about the frame first. I don't like the unfinished frame on these signs from the Dollar Tree, so we're going to give it a little makeover with some paint and some stickers. This is the Cloudless Color by Apple Barrel. I get this on Amazon. I have it linked in my Amazon shop below, it's also available at Walmart. Perfect beachy color. It's one of my very favorites. I use it all the time. And the great thing about getting it on Amazon is you can still get it for like 50 or so cents and get it free shipping with Prime. So why not? Anytime I can avoid a trip to Walmart, that is going to be the way I'm going to do it. So I'm just using a little sponge from one of those craft kits at Dollar Tree, I think. And I am just painting the frame. I didn't really want to paint the inside of the frame because that actually has like wood on it, but I was getting some on there, so I'm just gonna kind of go with it, kind of make it look distressed inside. But what I want to do is try to paint that raw wood. It's kind of hard to paint because since it's that like MDF material, not real wood, it really soaks the paint up. But I usually go for a coastal farmhouse vibe, so I'm not gonna want it to look perfect anyway. So I just gonna get it the best that I can. And I want to texture it. So I thought some of these stickers from the Dollar Tree would be cute, and I'm lucky enough to find some that were the exact color that I want, the light blue. But if you can't find the exact color that you want, you could always paint them. I've done that before. I'm going to line it up so it actually covers the hole for the hanger. So it kind of serves two purposes there. And I'm trying at first just to use the sticker. They're not really strong, the stickers, but I thought I would at least try it first. And spoiler, on the painted surface, it's just really not strong enough to keep it on there. Some projects like plastic and stuff that I've used these on, it is strong enough, the adhesive on these, but for this, it's freshly painted too, so that might have something to do with it. So I am going to have to hot glue these down, which I didn't really want to do at first, but you know what? I want it to stay on because this piece turned out absolutely gorgeous. It turned out better than I even expected that it could. It was so pretty. But I love this look. It just takes that frame from the Dollar Tree and makes it look so much more high end. I even like the shininess of the blue. So I'm actually going to leave it like that. If you can't find the blue and you want to do the same project, you could always paint yours blue. I think it would still look pretty. You're just going to have to make sure you do a thin coat of hot glue. My Ryobi shoots out a lot, so you might be able to see the excess hot glue when you paint it. So if you have more of a detail-oriented glue gun, I would suggest that so you can get a thinner line there to glue that down. But as you can see, you can just kind of pull these apart, get whatever length you want to customize this, and we are just going to go all the way around. I was really happy that it was able to cover up the hanger on the top of this because instead of a hanging sign, I'm going to make this into a standing sign. I have little bookcases, I guess, on each side of my TV, and I kind of use them as built-ins since I don't have built-ins in this house, and I love things like this that can sit on the shelves. It looks so pretty. So just finishing up my last row here, and then we can go ahead and attach the canvas, the turtle, and I even make a stand for this. So this was a little bit more of a time-consuming project today. A lot of these were super easy. A couple of them are a little bit more intensive, but you know what? It was worth it because it turned out so pretty. So here is the canvas with all the coral in there. You know, I picked up two of this particular one. There's another variety too, but I might have to see if I can get some more. I think I've got enough shore living items, but there's a few items like the message in the bottle, the driftwood wind chime, stuff like that that I have not seen yet in the store. And I just put a coat of Mod Podge down and glue the canvas down inside. And you can see how pretty that looks with a frame. And those square signs like that from the Dollar Tree, one of my favorite sizes because almost all of the Dollar Tree canvases that are so pretty are the same size. So great way to frame them out. Here is the turtle. I don't need the wood bead garland or the tassel, but I can save those because they're pretty. So I'm just going to trim off my turtle. It's like an unfinished ceramic turtle with a beautiful texture. And since it's white, I think I'm going to leave it white. I do want to fill in the hole there where it was connected to the wood bead garland. And I just do that with a little spackle, which is the same color, texture, as the turtle, so that worked out really well. And I kind of texture it with a little cricket weeder to kind of give it that dotty feel that the rest of the turtle has, so it's not too obvious that I patched that. Super easy, and then I can just dry it. I like it. I really don't think I need to seal it or anything. I think I can use it as is. And I want it to look like the little sea turtle is swimming past the coral, under the sea. I think that looks really pretty. We're right about there. So I'm just going to simply hot glue it as is. I'm not going to do anything else to it. I can't wait to craft with these things. I love them. They're just the perfect size for crafting. So I'm hot gluing it. I want him to kind of look like he's swimming upward there. And even though it's kind of heavy, I think it will stay in place. I got it glued on there pretty well. Now, I told you I wanted to make this a standing sign, so need to figure out a way to do that. I'm thinking just with some Dollar Tree craft wood would be perfect. Really anything that you could find. I want it to be just a tiny bit wider than the canvas, so I'm actually going to cut mine down just a little bit. But just something heavy duty that's going to provide a nice space that's going to be easy to attach to this wood frame. So I just cut this down, give it a light sanding, and I want it to kind of blend in with the frame. So I'm going to go ahead and paint it with the cloudless color to make it match. I'm not going to use any of the stickers or anything on it though. I kind of want to leave that beautiful jeweled design just for the border. So I'm just going to paint the top and the sides that you can see there, just to provide a little base, a quick easy way to make like a standing sign, and it should be really easy to attach because I can just glue the frame like right on top of this. So that would paint pretty well. One coat really is all that's necessary, and so I'm just going to dry that real quick and then we can attach it. Isn't this so pretty? I just love how this turned out. So to secure it, I'm just going to do a bead of hot glue on the bottom of the frame here, stand it up on our craft wood, and make sure it stays in place. And I kind of noticed that the outside of my frame, you know, where that like wood kind of soaks up the paint, kind of made it not the greatest. So I'm going to kind of touch up the outsides because I think you might be able to see that with just a little bit more paint. But I want to make sure I don't really get any on the stickers as well. So I'm going to kind of just touch up all the way around anywhere that kind of needed it, including like kind of like that inside edge there, where I didn't really want to paint, but I kind of ended up painting a little bit just to make all of the frame blue, and that made it look a lot better because it was a little rough there for a second. But I think that looks absolutely beautiful. Here is the final product, our little sea turtle swimming through a coral. Here is a close-up image so you can see all of the beautiful details on this. You would never guess this was made with just a few items from the Dollar Tree. It really looks high-end and like something that I bought at a home decor store. Isn't that so pretty? I love that sea turtle. If you're enjoying today's video so far, be sure to hit that like button. It always helps my videos do better here on YouTube. Now back to the DIYs. A lot of you guys asked me what I was going to do with the new glass beach frames. These are so beautiful. And what I said to you guys was lantern. Perfect for a lantern. They're made out of glass. They have a frame. And I think this turned out so cute. It was so easy. So I chose 4 of the seahorses. I bought a whole case online. So that's why I have a lot. But you could always mix it up. There's also a mermaid tail that's vertical. The sea turtle is kind of more horizontal. But I guess you could do it with that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and use all 4 of these. The seahorse design on these are beautiful. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the twine hanger. I'm not really going to worry about the staple. If I were to remove it, I might damage the frame, and it doesn't really interfere with anything. So I'm just going to pull the twine out. The frame on these is made out of like a plastic. I was hoping it would be wood. And so I'm going to use a battery operated candle because I don't know how well it would hold up to a real candle. Then I picked up a piece of the Dollar Tree craft wood. It's just about the right size. If you get one of the longer ones like this, the square one might be a little small. And I'm just going to start lining this up how I would set a lantern. One side will be slightly longer than the other for me to be able to form the corner like that. But I'm going to go ahead and start mapping this out, right? I'm going to have it like that. So I'm just going to use an ink pen to kind of mark where I need to cut the board. I'm going to have to go ahead and set up the other side as well, so I can make sure that I get a straight cut when I use my saw to cut this down. And I'm just going to take this over to my saw, cut that down. We're going to have a nice square piece for the bottom, and it's heavy duty, just being made out of real wood like that, right? Now, I don't really want it to stand out being just the raw wood like that. The rest of the frames are white. So I'm just going to go ahead and paint that just on top, just to kind of make it blend in with the rest of the lantern. But I cannot believe how easy this lantern DIY was. Definitely the easiest one I've ever made. These little glass beach frames are perfect for this. I'm loving all of the new Shore Living beach items. There's a few items that I'm sad that they didn't bring back, like the mermaids and stuff like that. Hopefully, you guys still have some left over in your stashes from the last 2 years. I know I do. But there's a few items that I'm looking for that I have not found yet, but I'm hoping for sure that they come back. So it was like real wood. So I had to do a couple coats of white to kind of make that kind of blend in with the perfect white frames that we're going to be attaching to that. But I just want to paint those and get those dry. Now we can start putting it together. It was so easy. This craft wood from the Dollar Tree is really thick, so I'm going to be able to use it to just attach it with hot glue. Now you're going to have to be quick on most of this because it sets up rather quickly. And I just glue the bottom of the frame. One side matches, so make sure you get it lined up with the right size that you cut it down to size with. And then I just went ahead and did the other one on the other side, gluing that on with hot glue too, trying to keep like 90-degree angles if I can. But when I attach the side pieces, that's when you will kind of align everything. So kind of the most important part on this one. So I'm just going to lay it on its side like that. I'm going to do hot glue down both sides of the frame and the bottom. This part you have to act really quick. I did not get mine aligned perfectly at the top before it's set up. So make sure you kind of get that lined up perfectly, because by the time I noticed that mine was off a tiny bit, my hot glue was already set up and I did not want to have to try to destroy everything by taking it back apart. So we're just going to kind of make it work. Since you have to work quickly, you're going to have like a little hot glue seeping out, but easy enough to clean up with a little bit of heat and scraping it off to kind of give you a more finished look. But again, you are going to have like one side of your lanterns a little bit longer so you can get that perfect corner. But I think it'll work like that. So let's go ahead and do the other side. You can kind of see there where I didn't get it perfectly on the top, but pretty close. So this one I'm going to be more careful. Hot glue down both of my frames. It is plastic, the frames. It didn't seem to melt with my hot glue, so that's good. And then I just lay my fourth panel on there. Isn't that a perfect lantern? I think it's better for a lantern than it is for even hanging. I mean, I guess it would be pretty in front of a window. We'll see what else I do with these. And I just lay that one on there. I got this one lined up perfectly, so that's good. That can be the front of my lantern. And just peeling off any excess hot glue that kind of had seeped out at the edges to make it look nice and clean. Could not be any easier. One of the easiest DIYs I've ever made, even though there was a little bit of construction because you do have to cut the bottom piece to size. But look at that. Isn't that so cool? So after I'm getting it all cleaned up, I can just add my candle. I'm using a candle from Walmart just because it's brighter and larger. And it kind of looks like it's real because it's got like the flickering candle. And it looks like it's made out of like real wax. And here's a little close-up of our lantern. This beautiful seahorse and coral design. Pop my candle in there. This would be great for indoors or outdoors. It's nice and large, so I think I'll use this maybe out in my Florida room. This looks so beautiful on my shell table out there, and an easy way to light up. This is a timer candle, so I can actually have it automatically come on every night. So that is a plus, but this is how it turned out. My little seahorse lantern. I think it's beautiful. What do you guys think about this DIY? Now the next DIY video was my Gone Coastal DIY video, and these were your two favorite DIYs from that video. For the first DIY, we're going to use one of these. Dollar Tree calls it a sunburst. It kind of looks a little bit like a mushroom coral. It's really pretty though. It comes in all different colors. I don't need a hanger on it because I'm going to make mine into a candle holder. So I'm just going to try to take the hanger off without causing too much damage back here. I love the color of this one. It comes in a couple different colors of blue, silver, and gold, I believe. And I like this color. I want my candlestick to be this color, so this one is going to be perfect. So not too much damage. And then this is the candlestick that I'm going to use. These are new at Dollar Tree. I found mine with like the Mother's Day stuff, like in a little special section. And they had them in a couple different sizes. So I have some spray paint that's sea glass, and it is almost the same exact shade of blue that that shell is. So I'm just going to go ahead and spray paint the gold candlestick so it will match and kind of blend into that fun little sunburst wall hanging. I've got a whole bunch of those and I'm trying to figure out what to do with them, but this actually worked pretty well. So I'm just going to do a quick paint job on this. It didn't take too much to turn that gold into blue. Just trying to make sure that I got everything covered on that. And I'm also going to kind of spray paint the back of that where I caused a little damage when I removed the hanger. Easy peasy. Now I have to figure out a way to put this all together. You know, metal projects are often really hard to glue together. So I'll show you what I came up with to get it to stay together. Hopefully it will be secure. Hot glue and metal doesn't always play nicely together. So I wanted to try something else. So I need something to put in the candlestick. And so I thought one of these little tiny wood cubes from the Dollar Tree would work well. And so the first thing I'm going to do is attach it to my shell with some E6000. And so I will have to let this part dry on its own to make that nice and sturdy. Now the wood cube itself though, I'm going to try to glue in the candlestick holder, if that makes sense. So I kind of just need to fill up the well of my candlestick here with some hot glue, and then I'm just going to put the wood cube down inside, hoping and that secures everything, and it seems like it did. Isn't that a really pretty piece? I think it looks really coastal, and I thought that the leaves on the candlestick that I chose would kind of look a little bit like seaweed. Now for the candle, this is the Shore Living candle, and I don't know, I got this the other day at Dollar Tree, but I didn't necessarily see it at any of my other Dollar Trees, so I don't know if it was still left over from last year or what, but you could use whatever candle you have. A pillar would be really nice for this size candle holder. And this has like a really cool like spiral pattern on the outside, if you remember it from last year, and you can't really see it because it's like white on white, right? So I'm gonna paint mine just a little distressing with some light blue acrylic and a sponge to bring out that cool print. It's kind of like a little bit like an ammonite, like a little ancient sea creature kind of design on there. It's pretty cool, and I think this will make it kind of pop on that beautiful candle holder that we just made for it. So I just kind of dragged that over with a sponge, wiping off any excess paint. I don't want it to be like super painted. I just kind of want it to be like distressed with the blue bringing out that beautiful pattern on the candle. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and peel the paper off the bottom and put it on there. And I do think it looks like seaweed. I think it looks pretty cool, but I thought maybe I could add a little bit more seaweed to it to take up the little seaweed feel of it. So it's got like two leaves going up, and this is some of the Shore Living greenery they have this year. This one piece here really looks kind of like coral, like seaweed. So I'm just going to cut off a piece of that and attach that to the base of the candlestick too, to really make it look cool. So just trying to make sure I get it the right size. I'm just going to hot glue that in place. It is pretty lightweight, so I think it will stay. And I'm just going to hot glue it to the base like that, so it kind of goes up in the front of the candlestick with those other leaves behind it. Looks really coastal and cool. So just a dot of hot glue will secure that there. And that's basically all there is to it. This DIY was really fun to do. A little challenging with the metal, but we were able to get it to work. And this is how it turned out. So you can see that cool design on the candle. That like shell shape works really well for the base of the candle holder. I think it will catch any wax if I burn it. And the seaweed looks cool too. And I really love that color. I think it's really beautiful and a beachy bluish green color. Now, the next DIY, we're going to use one of the new shore living signs. This is the welcome sign, and I thought this would be perfect for a coastal wreath, right? So I'm going to do a very simple wreath. It's one of my favorite ways to do a wreath. I'm going to start with a large wreath form from the Dollar Tree. This is the big one. This is 18 inches, really great size for your front door. And I'm just going to do a simple burlap wreath with where they're rolled burlap from Dollar Tree. This is my favorite way to do a coastal wreath because it's so easy. I really like the look of weaving the Dollar Tree rope in and out and in and out, but it takes a lot of rope and it takes a lot of time. So I'm going to show you how easy it is just to do a burlap wreath. As you can see, I'm just going to glue it to the back and I am overlapping. I pull it tight because I don't want it to be frumpy or anything like that, but I just keep overlapping every piece. And the fact that I'm kind of overlapping all of it makes it nice and thick. You can not really see that dark wire through it that you would be worried about with burlap. It does a pretty good job of coverage. So this was a new roll of that burlap and it makes it 3/4 the way around. So I'm going to make sure that my seam's on the back. So I just cut it down a little bit, grab a second roll of the burlap, and I'm just going to glue the two pieces of burlap together to continue that wrapping process. So that was really easy, just hot gluing those together. And I love this rolled burlap from the Dollar Tree. Whenever I see this, I grab a ton of it because it is so good for coastal crafting. And as you can see, it's just the perfect width for doing something like this. So I just keep wrapping and tightening until I get all the way around. Kind of overlap maybe once here at the end, and again, cut the seam here on the back and attach it with hot glue. And I'm gonna make that like the top of the wreath to kind of make it make more sense. But looks pretty good so far. The burlap makes a great backdrop, and the welcome sign is plenty big to go from side to side. I was trying to decide if I wanted it to hang or if I wanted to attach it. I decided to attach mine, so I just took the hanger off the back of the sign because I'm not gonna need that. Now I want to use that. I also want to use some of the shore living shapes. They have some of these cute little wooden sea turtles, and we can scatter some of those around. Um, the sign itself has little wood fish on it, and so I thought other coastal creatures would be cute too. These are the little clothespins that are the seahorses, so I thought I would grab some of those as well. Removing them from the clothespins proves to be a little tricky. But that looks pretty good, so we can start painting this stuff now. The welcome sign is kind of cool, but I don't like the dark blue. That doesn't really go with my coastal vibes. So I'm going to just change the color of that part. This is the color Cloudless by Apple Barrel. It's my absolute favorite beachy color. It's a very light blue. And I'm just using a tiny little paintbrush from the Dollar Tree to make sure that I kind of stay where I want and not get too much paint on anything else. But you can always use a baby wipe to get it off if you notice your mistake soon enough. And I'm doing it on the C, on the M, and on the W. And it's just going to change kind of the color scheme of the sign. And I'm glad that I did this because that's like more my favorite color. I don't mind the other color of blue, but I just don't use this shade of blue very much with my coastal decor. It looks almost more nautical to me, and I want it to be a little bit beachier. So again, just trying to avoid everything. The fish is just right out of the way, so that worked out well. But as you can see, since I'm doing such a light blue over a darker blue, it's going to require a couple coats to get good coverage. And so that's what I'm going to do. Just going over that a couple more times. It does kind of soak into the wood a little bit. So it goes on with a little bit better coverage than it ends up looking. But I just painted it, dried it, painted it, dried it. And then I think I needed a third coat on that. And I also wanted to paint like at least one of the little fish on there blue as well, to kind of match the sign a little bit better. I like the little ship wheel with like that teal color that's on it. So I'm going to do this little fishy blue and then just touch up the rest of these letters. And I'm also going to be painting the little sea turtles and seahorses that we're going to add on it. And I even add some starfish as well. So these are the little sea turtles. They're so cute. I'm going to do them in that cloudless blue color too, to kind of coordinate with the welcome sign that we just made that color. So it doesn't take much paint on these for sure. I'm just going to go over the top of all four of them. And then I picked out 3 of the seahorses, the ones that were like the natural wood color to paint as well. They're a little tricky to get off, and make sure you have backup plans if you're planning on using these, because either they come off super easy like that, I didn't have to do anything to it, just popped right off, right? And then, or they break. So when I do have success, I kind of take the clothespin apart like that and then use as much heat as I can to get the glue loose and try to pry that off. But you have to be so careful because the tail wants to break, the mouth wants to break. I don't know why they're so glued on so well. If you couldn't see the clothespin on the tail of the seahorse, I would have honestly just left them on there. I was able to get this second one, but the third one totally broke on me. So I thought I needed a few more sea creatures. And so I decided to add some of the starfish that are the clothespins as well. They are a little bit easier to separate, and I had a little bit more luck with them. So we've already painted the sea turtles blue, so I thought we would paint the rest of them white. So you can see how easy the little starfish ones want to come apart for me. Pliers work great for peeling the little clothespin off the back. And so I'm going to paint the 2 seahorses that survived and 2 of the starfish white. The seahorse is painted really well. I did notice painting the starfish, the little open dots on there, block really easily with the paint. So what I did was just go over mine with a toothpick to kind of open those up a little bit. But I just wanted blue and white, like the blue fish and the white fish that we already have on the welcome sign. Something that's going to kind of contrast against the burlap that we use to wrap the wreath with, because we're going to decorate all around with the fun little sea creatures. And I've got another fun coastal DIY as well to kind of tie it all together. Now, while I still have the white paint though, I'm going to do a little light dry brush with that over like the blues and stuff that I painted on here. Just to kind of give it that coastal farmhouse vibe. I really like that. And if you get too much on, you can always wipe it off with a baby wipe. So that's what we're going to do. Anything that has like color on there, just distressing that with a little bit of white. And since I'm distressing those, I'm going to go ahead and distress the little blue sea turtles as well to kind of make it that same vibe. Now let's start putting this together. The first thing I'm going to do is attach the welcome sign. I kind of looked on the W and the E to see where I needed to put my glue. Added hot glue to those, and I'm just going to glue that directly to the burlap. Making sure that is good and attached. I want to use this wreath on my front door, and I think it's going to be so beachy and fun. Now, once I have that on there, I want to add the sea creatures. I am going to add like a fishing net material as well. I'm just going to go ahead and alternate colors, kind of lay these out to see how many I want to do on the top and how many I want to do on the bottom. And it's kind of hard to get these all in one shot, but I ended up doing 3 on the top and 5 on the bottom. And this is what we're using for a fishing net. This is that mesh ribbon from the Dollar Tree. It comes in a couple different colors. This is the ivory color. I thought that would look really cute against the burlap and make it look like a fishing net wrapped around. Just to make it a little less plain with just the burlap wreath. So I started here on the side and just glue that to start with. And I wanted to do this after I added the welcome sign because I'm actually going to wrap the netting around that sign as well to give it that cool vibe. I don't want it too tight, but I don't really want it like gaping out. So I'm going to wrap it around just like some of the letters there, like part of the E. And then using that same roll, just keep kind of alternating that around. So you still see a lot of burlap, but you see a lot of this too, which really does kind of look like fishing net. And so I think it's just a really easy way to get that look with like a smaller pattern netting. I like to use market pantry bags for a small kind of fishing net too, and I've been picking some of those up recently at the Target dollar spot. So that's another option you could use. And then we can start laying out where we're going to put all the sea creatures. And you can see that that really just added a little pizzazz to the wreath. I like it. And I'm just going to start hot gluing everything on. Easy peasy. I just hot glue on the back of the wood shape and lay it on, sometimes overlapping the netting, just trying to keep everything spaced out a little bit. And I really love all the little sea creatures all the way around. If you don't have any of the sea creatures, you could also do like seashells as well. But I think this turned out so cute, and I think it coordinates really well with that new welcome sign from the Dollar Tree. I think it's so cute. This is the final result of the little welcome wreath. The word is perfect for the front door. Lots of little coastal touches on there. And I'm glad I changed the color up on the sign. It is much more me in that light blue color. But I think it turned out really nice. What do you guys think about this DIY? The next video I'm going to feature is this Seize the Day video. I'm going to show you your 3 favorite DIYs from this video. These are new this year. They are the metal fish instead of the wood ones. And they also have the starburst, which I think looks a little bit like mushroom coral. So I wanted to find a way to DIY with these. So I'm choosing a blue and a silver fish and like the like turquoise color of the starburst. For the frame of the DIY, I'm going to use the 5-gallon paint stirrer sticks. These come from Walmart. They're like a couple dollars for a package of 3, and they're great wood and a nice large size because I want to make a giant frame, and I want to make like wire art with these using some wire from the Dollar Tree. So I'm going to need a stir stick for them both sides and the top and the bottom. I do want it to be kind of like a rectangle, and I want it to kind of look like under the sea, like coral, fish swimming through. So I'm just kind of measuring. I want to cut the handle off the top piece and cut the end off because it was a little damaged there until I get it about the size I want it. I do want it to be super long though. Here, let me turn it so you can see it a little bit better. I want to make it as long as I can. So they do have those little handles on them like that. And so I can kind of overlap that area where the handles start without a problem because you won't be able to see those. So I will cut those to that length, and then I'll cut the bottom one shorter too. So I'm just cutting off part of the handle on these, trying to extend the length as much as I can. And then I'm going to just go cut the last size, and it's just a matter of putting this together. It's a great wood, really, for crafting. I think it looks great for coastal, just the raw wood like this, so I'm going to leave it like that. I just used some hot glue here in the corner to get us started. And I'm going to find like my square from the Dollar Tree just to kind of help me try to get this square because sometimes it is a little hard to see if you're getting it square before your hot glue dries. So I put some hot glue on this side. I'm overlapping the top and the bottom pieces. And the side pieces will be down below. And using my square for reference, that does really kind of help. Okay, so the bottom piece here, I do need to kind of cover that handle part, which is no problem. I just need to make sure I get it square again. So I'm just going to do one corner at a time. I use Gorilla Glue, hot glue. It works really well. You could use wood glue if you wanted, but I wanted to get lots of DIYs done for you guys, so we're going to use hot glue on this. Now, I didn't necessarily want to hot glue the metal because I know that doesn't work well. So I thought a really good idea would be to use wire. They all have hangers on the back of them. And I thought, you know, I could just kind of wire them to make them look like the corals in the back. We got fish swimming through, make it look like an underwater scene. I thought that would be really cute. For the wire, I was trying to think of wire that would be durable enough from the Dollar Tree, and I chose some of this, the jute covered. It's like, you know, a combination between the jute twine, but it's wrapped around a wire, and it's actually pretty strong. So I thought I could just run some of those along the back, kind of make them look like, kind of like seaweed kind of, and actually have them be functional to do like a wire art. I know, like, you can get a lot of wire under the sea art, and it involves like soldering and all that kind of stuff, but I don't really have those tools, so we're going to work with what we have. I just used my staple gun, trying to make sure that I didn't go all the way through the wood. The paint stir sticks are not super thick, so I was trying to be a little bit careful for that. I'm going to cut this piece off a little bit longer than I need, and I just used the existing hanger there on the back of that blue fish. And what I'm going to do is actually just kind of wrap the twine around it and loop it. That's going to like hang it, kind of suspend this in space inside the frame. So I'm trying to get that as tight as I can because I need the length of that to go all the way to the bottom, stretching it out. It was a little tricky getting this one, but once you get it, it's kind of in there, and it worked pretty well to suspend it this way. You don't have to be straight up and down with your wire. You can I'm kind of going out or more towards the center, and I'm going to staple that down. Now, I didn't know if the staples would hold the jute covered wire in place or not. You might want to double it up a little bit. For this one, I'm going to go ahead and double it up here at the top just to make it a little thicker. That's going to help me not get my staples all the way through that paint stir stick too. I'm going to cut off another length of this. You have to be kind of careful working with this because it does like to come off the wire, so I'm trying not to work with it too much, like the very end of it. And here I'm going to do the same thing. I go through the hanger on the back of that little starburst shape. They have the fish in all different colors. They have these little corals in all different colors too. And then I'm just going to go down and do the same thing with the silver fish. I want that one kind of hanging below that one. And just using the same wire, I just loop it through just like I did on the other one, trying to get it as tight as I can. And that will hold it in place. And hopefully once I get everything in here, I'll be able to kind of arrange the fish and everything and make sure that they're hanging right. I'm going to cut the length on this one a little bit longer so that I can kind of curl the wire around. Just to kind of make sure that that stays in place. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing here on the other one that I already did. Just to make sure those are nice and strong because those are going to be hanging those little items up all by themselves. One more staple to make sure that's secure. And then I don't want that to look out of place, so I'm actually going to add some more of the jute wire just to kind of look like decor, kind of seaweed, kind of stretching across the frame and stuff too, to give it a little bit more character. So again, I'm just kind of folding it up. I found it worked a little bit better like that and easier to get with your staple gun. And I'm going to start over on the corner and kind of go over here where the starburst is. I'm going to double that up, and this is just going to be a decorative piece of the wire, but I'm glad that I did that because it made like the other pieces not stand out as much. And then for my last one, I'm going to kind of start here where this one ends and kind of like make it go kind of diagonally across too, all the way kind of over to the corner. Again, if I can curl it before I staple it, I found that that worked the best. That looks pretty good. I think that's enough wire to get us started. I want to decorate it some more and make it look like an underwater scene. But as you can see, it's already looking pretty cute. My vision is coming into reality here. And I was trying to decide how I wanted to decorate. I did have a staple go all the way through the bottom there, so I do want to kind of do something on the bottom to kind of cover that up, but I kind of had a plan for that anyway. These are new this year. They're called willows. Well, I don't know if they've had these before. I know they've had the glitter corals before, but these are not glittery. They have these in all different colors, but I really love this light blue color. And so I'm just cutting one sprig of that, cutting it in individual pieces, and to make it look like coral here on the bottom. We can have these like coming out from the bottom of the frame. So I just flip it back over and we can start scattering these around. I was trying to decide what was the best way to attach these, hot glue or staples, and it ended up in the end that it was better to do both. The hot glue like kind of keeps it in place, but so does the staple. I think they kind of work together because these are just going to be kind of standing alone. I want it to be nice and strong. And I'm just scattering these around anywhere where I think needs one. I'm going to do one right here by this fish. This is when I switched to the stapler. I thought that that worked, but when I started messing around with it a little bit, I found the ones that had the hot glue and the staples were most secure, so I went ahead and did that with all of them. I wasn't sure about this fifth piece. I'm going to try it here in the middle. I just cut it a little bit shorter. I didn't know if it'd be too much, but I had it, so I thought we could try it. So I staple all of those in place, and I think that looks really cool. I thought about mixing up some more colors in there with that coral, but I thought that was really pretty that kind of matches that coral there on the top. I call it a coral because I think it looks like a coral, and that's kind of what we're going for on this little ocean scene. Now, I told you I wanted to cover up the bottom because I did have a staple come through, a couple of staples just on that side, and I have some driftwood from the beach, so I thought that would be fun to attach there at the bottom, and it would look good too with all the coral coming out of it. So I'm just going to take it, and this one's pretty perfect length. I'm going to hot glue that down. It's kind of weird and weathered and jagged, and I kind of like it like that. So I just hot glued it down like the 2 points that it needed to be. And it's not really gonna need to support anything, so I didn't like screw it in or anything like that. I just attached it with hot glue. Now for the hanger, I'm just gonna use a hanger I had left over from another Dollar Tree item and just kind of try to center this on the back. You might need to play around with this a little bit to get it to hang right depending on the weight of the metal pieces in your frame. I'm just going to use kind of a combination of hot glue and staples on this because I didn't really want the screws to go all the way through the paint stir stick. And so I did some hot glue for a little depth, and then I did staples, and it seemed to work. And it's just going to make it a little bit easier to hang. Otherwise, you could just use the frame to hang it. Now, just seeing how everything is going to kind of play together, what I like, what I don't like. I didn't like the fact that my driftwood was not big enough to like cover the complete frame here. So I thought I would put a second piece of driftwood in here just to kind of fill out that bottom part. It'd be cute if you had enough of that to go all the way around the whole frame. I don't think I really do. So I have this piece, it's a little long. I'm just going to break it off a little bit with some pliers just to kind of make it a little bit shorter. And you want it to be all kind of crazy and jagged anyway. And I chose like kind of a different color of driftwood just to give it a little bit more variety. So just trimming both ends, just trimming it by trimming it with a pair of pliers. That way it kind of breaks off and looks jagged. And I'm going to hot glue that one right next to the other one. And that provided a little bit more character down there for our driftwood. And I really love how this is coming together. I think it's really fun. I was trying to decide if I had like too much coral going on, not enough, and I decided I didn't really want that piece in the middle. I thought it was a little crowded there, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that one and leave everything else in place. But as you can see, the ones that I stapled were kind of moving around. So that's why I was saying hot glue and staple is the best way to attach those if you're going to recreate this DIY. I had so much fun putting this one together today. I think it turned out really pretty. So I let that set up to make it super strong. And the only thing left that I wanted to do was to try to distress these a little bit. They do have like a texture, a little bit of a texture, but I don't want too much of a distress. So I'm just using like antique parchment, like ivory color, one of those chunky brushes from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just kind of like daubing it all over. I didn't want too much. I just kind of wanted a little bit of distressing on those pieces that stuck up. And it kind of has like a rust distressing anyway. So I kind of went to those areas and kind of tried to distress those a little bit more with ivory than with the rust color. Just to kind of brighten them up, but still make them look weathered. That coastal farmhouse feel. If you get too much on there, you can always wipe it off. I found that using a dry paper towel worked the best because I didn't want to remove too much, but I just wanted to make sure that nothing was too heavy. So I do that with both of the fish, and then I also do it with the starburst shape. Just kind of going around in a spiral, daubing it all over with that brush, and kind of trying to get it even, but again, just a very slight distress. And I'm glad that I did it because it really gave the metal pieces a lot more character, and I think this turned out so fun. What do you guys think about this one? Let me give you a closer look. I went ahead and hung it in my house. This is in my entryway. I think it has so much character with the corals and the fish. You got like the seaweed. You got your driftwood there at the bottom. Really fun. Just some items from the Dollar Tree, some paint stir sticks from Walmart, and some driftwood. Now for the next one, I wanted to see what I can make with these new, like, what are they called? Wall decor, and the yard stakes. I wanted something to look like coral, and I found these in the Crafter Square section. They're not necessarily coral, but I think I can make them look like coral. And I thought I would do a wall hanging with the seahorse in front of the coral and make it look really pretty. The color that I'm going to use for the coral is this. It's the Smooth Sea Glass. It's by Mondo Llama from Target. Thought it was really pretty. I wanted to use like a blue that was not too far away from the blue on the seahorse, but something kind of a little bit of a contrast. I thought this was really pretty. And so I'm just going to do one coat of that on it to kind of make it look like a coral backdrop for our seahorse. I don't want like great coverage, just one coat over. I will distress this a little bit more, but this actually worked out really well. I loved it so much that we're going to make a different version of it as well. Now to get the seahorse off the yard stake, I'm going to leave it attached to the tail. I'm just going to break it off here, right there where I just don't damage any of it. I just want to break it off so it's not visible. With pliers, that's a really easy way to do that. It's a beautiful color blue on this, but again, it's kind of distressed with like a rust, where I kind of want mine distressed with more of an ivory. And so I'm just going to distress mine, kind of running a brush over, trying to get that texture brought out in the seahorse, but just a very, ivory kind of distress instead of the rust look that was on there before. And just kind of going all over, using a paper towel to kind of blend it in if I get too heavy in an area, and just making sure that it's not bent or anything and it lays flat. I thought that looked really good, so I'm going to do this same thing here on the coral, just kind of daubing my distress brush all over, just giving little dots of distress here and there. Nothing crazy, just a little bit of variety in the color. And I thought it would look really cute to attach the seahorse just like that. But I know that hot glue and metal doesn't often mix, so I'm going to try to figure out another way to attach it because I want to make sure it's sturdy. Since it's kind of got a little bit of depth to it, I'm going to use some double-sided tape from Dollar Tree. And I actually use these little foam squares, and they're not quite thick enough. So what I'm going to do is double them up. That's going to be like a quick hold to kind of hold it in place while the rest of the glue dries. So hopefully the combination of the two will help it. I kind of want to sit it there, so I'm kind of seeing where I need to put my glue. And the glue I'm going to use is E6000. You could also use like super glue, epoxy, whatever you can find. But just remember, hot glue is not going to last really very long. So I put some on its snout, on its tail, and maybe here on the wire where that kind of sticks up a little bit. And we're just going to glue it in place. And the combination seemed to have worked because the foam really kept it in place, kind of like hot glue for like a temporary hold, which I know that's not super strong. So hopefully the E6000 will make it nice and permanent. You can flip it over and actually kind of go through like the holes here in the back, depending on which one of these little pieces that you pick up for your coral. And I'm actually just going to kind of go in the holes, the leaves, just to kind of glue it down some more and let that set up. But doesn't it look so pretty so far? Now for the top, I'm going to use one of these little wall charms. This one is the starfish one, and I thought it'd be pretty to have the starfish here at the top. It has a beautiful texture. It's white. I'm going to leave mine as is, and I'm lining up the hole in the starfish with the hole in my coral. So I'm going to hot glue that in place, try to line that up before it dries, and that way I can put the hanger through both. And I think hot glue will work fine on that. It's not made out of metal. It's more of like, it feels kind of like ceramic, but I think it's probably made out of resin. For the hanger, I'm using that blue twine from the Shore Living line, since I have a little bit of blue going on in the project, and just tying a simple hanger there for the top. It was really easy to put this together, and I think it turned out really beautiful. What do you guys think about this little seahorse in coral with a beautiful starfish on top? I love it. I'm so glad I found this seahorse yard stakes this year. I'm never that lucky. You can see that beautiful texture on that starfish. Love it. Haven't seen those in my store, but I ordered a case of them online from DollarTree.com, and I love them so much I ordered a second case. They're really great for DIYs, really versatile, and they have lots of different kinds in the case. Now, I wanted to show you the second one because I actually made a set of these. So for the second one, I'm going to choose this wall decor piece. It's a little bit different than the first one, but I thought it still could be coral. Very pretty. And another one of the yard stakes, I found the sea turtle one too. I was so excited. I've never found that. And then another one of these wall decor pieces. This time we're going to use the seashell one. Again, it has a beautiful texture. And the colors on this one will be a little different, but I wanted to kind of complement the first one so I could kind of hang them together as a set. So I kind of want like the sea turtle like that swimming in front. Again, I'm just using a pair of pliers to try to break that wire off. Just where I need it to be, not enough to completely remove it because I don't want to damage that adorable sea turtle. Now, the color I chose on this one, I think this was kind of like a lake blue. I ended up changing it a little bit because it really wasn't the shade of blue that I was looking for. But I'm going to go ahead and paint this one all over just with a sponge brush. As you can see, super easy to paint these. And they had these in like all different varieties in the Crafter Square at my Dollar Tree. But I think they definitely remind me of coral, so I think they work great for coastal crafting. Now for the sea turtle, I don't want it to be that color. So to get it all painted evenly, and since it's metal, I thought it would be easiest just to spray paint it. So that's what I'm going to do. I have some spray paint that is like a sea glass color, Rust-Oleum. So I'm just going to put like a wood block underneath of him to lift him up a little bit. This is, oh, I guess it's not Rust-Oleum, it's Krylon. And I'm just going to spray him this color of blue. Be a nice base coat. I'm going to distress him and stuff, but that was a quick way to kind of change the shade of blue of him, and it seemed to work out really well. You can see how the metal is all stamped, so you're still going to get all that great texture and everything to be able to kind of customize that a little bit further. So that looks pretty good. Now I decided to change the color of my coral. I decided to go back with that same sea glass color that we used before and kind of make them match a little bit. Mixing the two blues together did make it a slightly different color of blue, but I'm okay with that. I think it looks really pretty. I just wanted something close, kind of complementary. The sea turtle is a little darker, but we're going to distress that, so that will lighten it up a little bit. So just kind of slightly changing the color on this one, just because I didn't really like the color that I chose at first. And the little like buds on these definitely reminds me of some kind of coral or something that you would find under the sea. Just trying to get it all even, and then we can start distressing some of the pieces so we can put this together. For the sea turtle, I'm going to use this color to kind of distress it. I think this is the Caribbean blue, and I'm just going to kind of dab all over with my chunky brush from Dollar Tree, trying to give a very light distress, bring in like a softer color of blue to this. And I'm going to go all over the shells. I already did the head, the flippers, just giving it a very light distress, just trying to bring more character in it and make it not like all one color like it was after I spray painted it. Then we're going to go in with antique parchment again, kind of an ivory color, and we're going to distress everything just like we did before, just kind of like dotting that on the coral. Anytime I can make something like, a few different shades of colors, it's going to give it more depth, just give it a lot more character. And so I just kind of do that, kind of blending it in a little bit here, just with a dry paper towel. And then I'm going to use that same ivory color to distress my turtle as well. Just kind of distressing it the same way I did with the blue. Just going to provide a little bit more color and details to this little guy until I'm happy with him. I just didn't like the shade of blue that it was before. It didn't really go with what I was trying to do. And I'm thinking it's looking pretty cute. Now I wanted to kind of get in between like the little scoots here on its shell. So I kind of switched it up to a smaller paintbrush, and I'm just kind of distressing those a little bit with the ivory as well, just for a little bit more definition. This is just me probably being a little bit extra, but I really do like how he turned out. I don't know if they've had the sea turtle one before. I know I've never found them, so I was really excited to find them at my Dollar Tree the other day. So I'm going to attach him the same way that I did the seahorse. That seemed to work well. The double-sided foam tape from the Dollar Tree doubled up to make it thick enough. And we're going to place a couple of those like inside the turtle shell where I think it's going to kind of match up with the coral. Like that. And then we can use E6000 to glue the metal to it. I've tried using these metal yardsticks from the Shore Living line with hot glue on projects, and I found that they stuck, but not for long, and I don't want this falling apart. So I glued that down. Again, I have access to the back, so you can go in there and add more glue and stuff if you need to, and get everything just right. I think that looks pretty good like that. Now it's time to add the seashell. I chose something different than the starfish for a little bit of variety, but again, it has a hole on the top that I can align with the hole and our faux coral. And so I'm going to do that again just by gluing that in place and putting the hanger through that. So kind of having it go off to the left this side because I had the starfish kind of go off to the right in the Seahorse DIY. And I want to be able to kind of hang these together as a set. Again, using that blue twine from the Shore Living to make a simple hanger. And this one turned out so cute as well. Let me give you a little close-up view of this one. And then I'm going to show you what they look like together. They look so cute hanging together as a set. So I'm so glad that I made two. You can see all the colors come together on that turtle. Looks super cute. And our faux coral looks cute as well. I really love those little wall charm things. They're really neat. And I told you I would show you what they look like hanging together. And this is what they look like hanging together in my house. I love that there's like different items at the top, different corals, different sea creatures. Really beautiful set. Definitely doesn't look like you bought the items at the Dollar Tree. Isn't that so cute? I thought that was really fun. Now, the next DIY video was a coastal solar light video, and these were your favorite DIYs from that video. Okay, up next they have these new solar lights this year too. I'm going to combine it with a fun noodle to make cool like nautical pilings light display by using just a fun noodle. I thought I could do like the 3 logs, like at a pier where you like can tie up your boat. And so I'm going to take the fun noodle and I want to cut it in 3 different lengths. So there'll be some variety. We can tie them all together. It's got a hole in it, so I can go ahead and put the solar light in it. I thought this decorative one would be perfect. And I'm using that little pool noodle knife from the Dollar Tree. It works great for cutting this down. And I'm going to display it all just on one of those chunky wood, like rectangular signs from the Dollar Tree. So that is what it's going to look like. I only had a red fun noodle, so we're going to make it work. I want to make it look like wood, though. So for the base, I do want that to kind of look like wood, kind of like driftwood. So I'm using like this beachcomber color by Apple Barrel. And I'm just painting the wood plaque. I thought the wood plaque would be a nice, heavy base. Something that would hold up outdoors and be really cute. And this solar light DIY just turned out amazing. So after I paint it, I'm just taking some antique wax by Waverly and distressing in one direction. I kind of blend it with a baby wipe and it's going to give me like a wood grain, kind of give it that distressed driftwood look that I wanted. Now this is the contact paper that I'm going to use. It's kind of like a light to a medium like wood grain on there. And I thought I could cover the fun noodles with this to kind of make them look like nautical piling. So I'm going to measure. I can do one across that'll do like the medium and the small one. So I just measure. They have lines on the back, so it makes it easy to cut and just see how much I need to go all the way around. I do want to overlap so it sticks a little bit better to itself than it actually sticks to the fun noodle. So it is important to overlap it a little bit. So I'm trying to get it lined up straight. Easier said than done. But you can kind of pull it off until you're happy with it. Starting in the middle seemed to work a little bit better for me. And I'm just going to roll that on and it's going to make it look like wood. Since it's made out of a fun noodle, it should hold up well outside too. And I think the contact paper will too. So I have enough for the smaller one of the fun noodles too. So I'm going to cut that one down to size and peel and stick on this as well. Now, I'm going to do the same thing on all 3 of them. I did think about using the contact paper for the top of it as well, but I found that it really did not just stick to the foam, especially like the cut foam tops of it. So I had to come up with another plan for that, but what I came up with actually seemed to work pretty well. So here is our 3rd and final log. And this looks like it's real contact paper. You could also use like the wood contact paper from the Dollar Tree. They have it too. I think it would work fine. I just happen to have this. It is probably a little bit better quality than the one you're going to get at Dollar Tree. But this is our final nautical piling. And I've made one of these maybe for 4th of July one time. I kind of remember making one of these. But it's always a fun idea to try to make some faux wood here. So we have all 3 pieces. And then now we have to deal with the tops of them. I want to disguise like the red. I don't want that to show through. So I'm going to try to mask it with some white paint. And I also want to cover the holes in the center of 2 of them that won't have lights. I'm only going to do the light on the tallest one of the nautical pilings. So I just take some white duct tape and I just kind of cut it where it would cover the hole but not like stick out on the sides of it. And then I want to leave my 3rd one open like that because it's a perfect size for a solar light. Now, to disguise the red, I'm going to paint it white. So I'm painting it white. It's going to match that duct tape too. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to disguise the red because we're going to be covering it with something else that you might be able to see through. And I don't want you to be able to see that it is a red fun noodle under this. So I just kind of carefully paint over the duct tape. Actually worked pretty well. and the sides of it. And then this one doesn't have any duct tape, so I just kind of go around the top of it, and then I also go like inside a little bit, anywhere that you might see a little bit of red peeking out. And then I thought to cover the top of it, I wanted something coastal beachy, but something that I would be able to stick to it since the contact paper did not want to stick to the top. And I decided to try burlap. I had a scrap piece of burlap from the Dollar Tree. So what I'm going to do is just cut out a square of that, larger than the pier post for each one of those. So I just went ahead and cut out 3 pieces of that. I'm not going to cut them out into circles. I'm going to cut them out later to size. Right now, we're just going to do it with squares. Since it's going outside, I have a lot of luck with that tacky glue from the Dollar Tree holding up well outside. So I put a nice coat of that on top of the white paint and then just lay my burlap right inside of there. I'm going to kind of push it down with a paper towel and make sure it is all adhered before the glue dries. And we're going to do the same thing here with the other 2. It's a nice thick glue. I've used it for like gluing shells on things outside and just really impressed with the strength of this. I thought it might be better than Mod Podge because Mod Podge is going to be like water soluble. So I did the same thing there with the shorter one. For this one, I'm going to do the same thing. I can always cut the hole out when I trim up the rest of the burlap. So that looks pretty good, and it dried up really fast. I didn't want to use heat on it because the foam will kind of melt a little bit. And then once I get it on there, I just go around and cut it down to size. That way I get a perfect cut, make sure I don't have any red peeking out around the corners. And it definitely goes with, you know, that wood feel and the nautical feel. So that was a good solution for the top of those. Now for this one, I need to have a hole in the center too. You can see through it so you can see exactly where you need to cut, and doesn't have to be perfect right here because it's going to be covered up with that cute little solar light that I got at the Dollar Tree. It has like a really great design on it, and it does a really cool pattern. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the tape from the battery. Make sure this is good to go, and I'm going to leave the stem on mine, but I don't need the stake that goes into the ground. And then I am going to go ahead and see how I want these on here. I kind of liked it with the 2 taller ones in the back and the shorter one in the front. So that is what we're going to do with these. I'm going to hot glue these down. I couldn't really think of something that was going to be strong enough to hold it, you know, in the process. Like, you know, I really need this to get done tonight, so I didn't have time to let any other kind of glue set up. So I use hot glue from time to time outside, and I have pretty good success with the Gorilla Glue. So after figuring out exactly how I want this laid out, I'm just going to use a pencil to sketch that out so I know exactly where to put my hot glue before I put my fun noodle back on there. So I'm going to do one at a time, and I'm going to fill the whole fun noodle up just like that, lots of glue. It's okay if a little bit of it comes out around the sides. I want it to be nice and strong. And then we're going to do the same thing here with the other 2 nautical pilings. Now, we have an island here where I live in Florida that is between the ocean and the lagoon. And it is really fun to go to the lagoon. They have these like nautical pilings everywhere where people can tie up their boats and stuff like that when they go to restaurants and stuff like that. So it's super fun. So that's what it looks like so far. Now I want to tie them together since they're nautical pilings. I don't really have enough room to do like 2 rows of rope, so I'm going to do like 1 rope and then I'm going to like wrap it around twice. So I start here in the back and I just hot glued that to the back of the piling like that. And then I'm going to go around 1 more time. I did hot glue it on the front too, just to kind of keep it in place, and then hot glue it here on the back, and we can just cut off the rest of that rope. And that's just Dollar Tree rope. So that's what it looks like so far. Now it's time for the light. All you got to do is put it right down inside that fun noodle. Isn't that so cool? I think it turned out really fun. And wait till you see this all lit up. I love the design. Even in the daytime, it was wanting to light up for me there. And making the nautical pilings that kind of look like wood, that contact paper is pretty impressive. Looks really good. The base is pretty simple. I didn't really want that to stand out too much. It's more of a functional piece. And look at that beautiful pattern that the solar light is emitting all over the place. I think this is going to be perfect for my front porch. I'm so excited to put this out. These solar lights are so much fun and they really last for a long time. So there it is, our Nautical Pilings Solar Light DIY. Okay, for the next one, we're going to use this little candle holder that I found at Dollar Tree. It's already got a rope handle on it, so it's perfect for nautical. And then we're just going to use one of the regular silver solar lights, but just the top of it. We're going to fill this one with some Dollar Tree sea glass. So it's really important to remove your labels on that one because it's going to be shining all the way through. And these are like light blue, like a royal blue, green. I'm just going to kind of alternate different colors, mix it up. And I was thinking that the solar light will shine through the Dollar Tree sea glass and make it look really pretty. And it did turn out so cool. I'm so excited. My Dollar Trees have all been stocking up on the sea glass, maybe for summer. But I always stock up whenever they have it. I love it. So as you can see, you can fit the top on this, but only on this inside edge. So I just run some E6000 around the very inner edge of the top of that jar and sit the solar light on top. Again, I removed the little light bulb, the light portion from most of these because I find that it works a little bit better. Now, you can even make it have a longer handle. I'm going to do that with just some twine. I'm going to tie that into a knot and just extend the hanger. That way I can hang this outdoors and it's going to have a longer hanger, but you could always use the shorter one that's already attached if you find this shirt your Dollar Tree as well. But this is how it looks hanging up. This is really cute. You can hang it from a porch. You can hang it from a tree even. And it looks cute in the daytime too, with the silver and the beautiful sea glass inside. But the magic happens at night. Isn't that so beautiful? It lights up so pretty. It just illuminates all the way through all of the sea glass. And it even makes the jar look tinted, doesn't it? So pretty. And this one was really easy to DIY. So our little sea glass solar light jar. The next coastal or beach DIY video I did was a beach wind chime DIY video, and these were your two favorite beach wind chime DIYs. For the next one, we're going to use some of these little, what are they called? Are they called wall charms? They're like wood beads that have the little ceramic shapes on them. From the Shore Living line and a bamboo ring. So I'm going to use the smaller one. I think that's going to be the perfect size for a wind chime. And I ordered a whole case of these and I love them so much that I ordered another case of them. And I even bought some in the store because I love the pieces on these. They're so cool. I've been using them for other Shore Living DIYs here on my channel. I want to make a wind chime that goes around and kind of cascades. So I want it to go from short to long. I'm going to use the existing wood beads on here because why not? I'm going to cut it a little longer than I want it though because I do need some twine to work with. And for the first set, I only included 3 beads. So 2 of the white, 1 of the natural, and I'm just tying that off to the bamboo ring. I found that I wasn't giving myself enough twine to work with on this one. I was trying to keep as many beads on the garland as I could, but I probably should have cut a little bit longer because it was a little difficult to tie some of these. So I'm using the same seashell in all of mine. Since I have a lot of them, I can totally do that. And I'm trying to remember exactly how many I used on this one. Okay, I just went and counted. I used a total of 8. Now, they don't all have to be the same one, but since I have 8 of the seashells, I thought it would be great if they matched. So I cut this one a little longer, 2 beads longer. So instead of 3 beads, this one has 5, right? And I tie that on there. I can always kind of scoot them around depending on how many I end up using. And I want it to look like a spiral going around. So I have 3 beads and then I have 5 beads on the next one. And I'm going to continue that pattern by adding 2 beads to every one. So instead of 5, we're doing 7 on this one. So again, I'm just going to snip it, trying to get better about giving myself a little bit more twine there to make it a little bit easier. And using the wood beads on this, I don't always use this many wood beads on a wind chime, but I really kind of like the way that it looked. It is really kind of elegant, but very coastal. So this one, I thought I cut it long enough and I didn't. But if you don't cut yours long enough, you can always tie some more twine on and use that to tie it off, which is what I ended up doing on that one. And I just want to continue that pattern all the way around. I used 8, but I think I had like maybe 10 there. I just grabbed every single one that I had that was like the seashell one. And I haven't used I think I used the seashell one on one DIY so far. If you haven't seen my other shore living videos, please come check them out. I don't know what's going on this year, but my shore living content is just not cutting it like it normally does. This is usually my busiest time of year, and I don't know if it's YouTube or Dollar Tree or what. But that is my 4th one, so we're halfway around it. And luckily, the wood bead garlands were long enough to continue this pattern that I've got going on. I think adding 2 beads to each one definitely gives it enough of a height change. And I'm trying to get better about leaving more twine on there because obviously important, especially when you're going to double tie it on there. Now, the shells are made out of like a resin material that feels like ceramic. So they're kind of heavy. And I found that this wind chime was heavy. So I did have to make sure that I got everything tied on securely because I don't want them falling off. I think if they fell off in my Florida room onto the concrete, they might break because they do feel like ceramic. I'm not really sure exactly how Dollar Tree makes these, but they are beautiful. They have like a great detail on one side of the seashell. They also have starfish, sea turtles. They're so cute. I absolutely love them. And so just tying that one off and 2 longer and continuing that pattern all the way around. I'm really not going to have to do much else to it. It's going to have all of the wood beads on it. It's going to have all of the seashells. And I like the fact that I left like the seashells, just that kind of unfinished white ceramic. I think it really kind of added to the charm. So really the only time consuming part of this was just cutting them, tying them on there. You don't have to string the beads or even tie the seashells on there. They're already on there. So now that I have them all on there, I think 8 is plenty. Now I need to make a hanger. Again, I'm going to use Dollar Tree twine. A lot of you guys have asked me where I got my twine holder. That is a yarn keeper, and those are from Dollar Tree. I tried to pick up another one. I plan to do a giveaway here soon on my channel, and I'm trying to pick up some of my favorite things like that because it makes working with Dollar Tree twine so easy, and it keeps my twine clean because my work desk can get a little crazy with, drilling and sawing and stuff like that. But as you can see, I'm making the hanger. I just tied it to one end, tied it to the other end, and then crisscrossing and tying it at the top. So just like that, it's going to kind of have an X. And then this one is a little tricky because you want to make sure that it's going to hang level. So before you double tie it, kind of check it, make sure that everything is hanging level. If it's not, you can always kind of readjust where your knot is. But there it is, our little spiral, like cascading wind chime with the wood beads and the seashells. And here's a little close-up view of how it turned out. It's kind of hard to see the spiral shape if you're like this direction underneath of it, since it's hanging up on my ceiling here in the Florida room. You can really see that fun spiral pattern that starts out short, goes all the way around, and ends in a long beaded garland. But it was really easy to put together. I like the natural wood colors of the bamboo ring and the wood beads. And then the white beads really match well with the seashell. So that's how it looks hanging in my Florida room. even though a squirrel tried to eat my outdoor curtains. Okay, for the next wind chime, we're going to use one of the rope words. This one says beach from the Dollar Tree. It's on a sign. These are from the Shore Living line, and 5 of the wall charms. I chose 3 of the seashells and 2 of the anchors. I'm going to go ahead and cut the tassels off of them. I don't think they really look good for a wind chime with the tassels on them. So what I do is just cut that twine long enough, pull out the staple, and then just tie the twine here to secure it on the other staple, but leave the hanger on there because I can use that to hang that from the beach sign. These are made out of like a resin material, but they feel like wood. So they're probably like some kind of fake wood. I really don't know how Dollar Tree makes these cute things, but look how cute they are. They look like white distressed wood, and that's perfect for the coastal feel. So I'm going to do a total of 5. I always like to work with odd numbers. There's 5 letters in beach. I can tie one of these to each one of the letters, and they'll overlap slightly. I'm going to do them at slightly different depths. That way the anchor will hit against the shells. When they hit together, they kind of sound like bamboo because they're kind of like a wood-like material. So I went ahead and cut the tassel off all 5, shortened those, removed the staples because they will turn around in the wind as well when we hang it. Now I thought we could add a little bit of color to these. They already have like natural wood beads on them, but I think they have room for one more. So I'm going to use some of these wood beads from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree. And I'm going to use like this beautiful like aqua color and just slide another wood bead on them. For some reason, the 2 wood beads they have on them are kind of glued together, which is kind of weird. But we'll go with it. And trying to figure out how I'm going to attach these. So the 2 anchors are going to go on the E and the C. And I want them to hang a little bit lower than the seashells. I'm going to have the seashells hang higher. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to go ahead and cut the twine like that. Use my staple gun and staple that onto the bottom of my E. And then the seashells I will attach to the top of the letters, if that makes sense, to make them different lengths since I don't have a lot of twine to work with. Again, I just cut the twine like that, use my staple gun to get at least one of the twines in there, and then tie it off. I often miss with my stapler because I can't really see without blocking the camera. And I don't want to do that to y'all. You guys don't want to look on the top of my head. So there is our 2 anchors. They look really cute with a little blue bead on them. And then we can start working with the seashells. So as you can see, they're going to be really close together, which is going to help them overlap, help them make noise as a wind chime. So I add a blue bead, and I told you for this row, we're going to attach them to the top of the letters. I thought maybe I could see a little bit better if I turn it sideways. So again, I'm going to staple that to the top of the back of the letter. That's like an MDF material. It's kind of like a fake wood. And then I'm going to do the same thing here with the letter A, attaching a blue bead and stapling that to the top of the letter. I'm not really tying these because I don't have any twine left over, but I do make sure my staples are in all the way to hang those up. And our final letter B is going to have another seashell, so I add a blue bead, and I'm glad I added those blue beads. It did give it a little touch of color. The B is a big letter, so I kind of do it to the middle of the letter, which would make it the same as the A and the H. And then I'm going to make a hanger using the existing hanger that's already on there. I might as well, right? I just tie some twine off, and let's add some blue beads up here too, just to add a little color here. I've got some extra. So I add 2 to one side, 2 to the other side, and before I tie that off, and that made a little bit of color and fun to the hanger of this wind chime as well. I tie it on that side, trim it off. And then the only thing I didn't like was that the twine coming down in the middle of the A. I thought that made it slightly harder to read. So what I'm going to do is just staple it to the bottom of the letter and trim off some of that excess twine here. This is just me being extra. I had some leftover twine at that point, so I could tie that off to make it even sturdier. But so easy. A little beach sign. It's got the rope, super coastal. It's got those little touches of blue. It's an interesting wind chime in that it's kind of flat. You can have it kind of face one direction where you can read it. And as you can see, the anchors and the seashells overlap just enough that they'll be kind of clunking up against each other if you want your wind chime to make some noise. Now, this is how it looks hanging up in my Florida room. As you can see, it is night out. I was trying to get these pictures taken before it got dark tonight because it makes it so much harder to take good pictures outside. But we managed. I've made so many coastal wind chimes, my whole back porch is covered with them. Now the next DIY video was a beach candle DIY video, and these were your very favorite DIYs. Okay, for the first candle, I'm going to go ahead and melt some of these Dollar Tree candles. I just boil water on the stove, kind of turn it all the way down and put the candles in there, and they will melt in no time. Now, I just needed a bucket or something. I'm going to use a Dollar Tree pot. I probably should have used something a little bit more watertight. I didn't realize how much these things leaked. But I'm going to give a go at a sand candle. I heard that you can make candles at the beach. Now, I'm not at the beach, and I think that would be kind of hard to film. So I'm going to try my go here at home. So I'm using Dollar Tree fake sand, which is not ideal because when I try to wet it down, it doesn't really take the water too well. Like I actually have to get in there and really stir it to get the sand wet. But you need sand to be wet because we need to mold it to make a candle, and kind of like you're building a sandcastle at the beach, right? And I found that this Dollar Tree sand just kind of worked weird with the water. So if you can get some real sand from the beach, totally go for it. If you want to be ambitious and try it at the beach, you totally could. I don't know how you really melt the wax when you're at the beach, but we're going to try it at home and do a Dollar Tree sand version. So I'm trying to get that right consistency with the sand. Sandcastle material. You want your sand to kind of stick together a little bit, because what we're doing is we're going to make a mold for the candle that we're going to create out of the sand. And what's going to happen, it's going to be real irregular, but it's going to have sand on the outside of it. And I have some other plans as well. So I got that to the proper amount of wetness for the sand, and that's when I realized my Dollar Tree pot was totally leaking a little bit. But that's okay. I probably had too much water in there anyway. So I just put a paper towel underneath of it, and this is what I was thinking. I can just use a cup. I'm actually going to use a candle that I had that was just about the same size of candle that I want for this DIY. So I'm just trying to push that down and turn it into the sand to create a mold. I could only get so deep though, so let me show you what I did. I like that the width of it, that's perfect, but I think it's a little too shallow at this point. So I'm just going to go in with a spoon, and I'm going to scoop out some of the sand, just like you're digging at the beach, right? And kind of put it up along the sides to make it a little bit deeper. I poured a little bit more sand in there because it was a little wet in there, and push that down. Get that same mold shape, but now it is deep enough. I think that will work. Now for decorations, I'm going to use some of the little mini seashells. These are the ones that come in the glass bottles from Dollar Tree. I haven't been able to find these in months. I know a lot of you guys were saying you couldn't find them, but I did check Amazon the other day, and you can get thousands of these things for next to nothing. So they're just little teeny tiny seashells. I am going to use a variety, kind of mix it up, and I'm just pushing those into the sand, but only a little bit. Whatever part you push into the sand is the part that's going to be sticking out from the side of the candle once we pour it in there. And I'm so glad I learned about sand candles, because this was really fun. You guys know I love experimenting and playing around with crafting, and this was right up my alley. Now I have wick kits, but I totally couldn't find them when I was making this video. So I'm actually just going to use the wick from one of those candles that I just melted on the oven. So I put that in there first, cover it up with a little bit of sand, and I'm just going to use a popsicle stick to kind of rest that on to center the wick in the middle of the candle. Then I melted one of those light bluish green candles. They're so pretty. And I'm just going to pour that in. I probably should have stopped right there, because as you can see, I overfilled it slightly. I think that it's not going to be a problem. I can trim that part off, but I want to make sure it's really full because sometimes those Dollar Tree candles can kind of sink down when they're hardening up. But I put it aside to harden up, and now let's make a candle holder for it. I'm going to combine one of the little new starburst signs from the Shore Living. It's like metal with a Dollar Tree candlestick. I'm just going to use plain white. I think that looks really coastal. And I'm going to add a little bit more of a coastal touch by just adding some Dollar Tree twine, wrapping it around the base just to provide a little bit of texture down there to that candlestick. This is going to be a nice sturdy base to hold it. And I wanted like a tray or a bowl because the candle is probably going to be like a regular shape, especially on the bottom. And so I thought this little star purse would work well. It did have a hanger on it, so I don't know if it's really necessary to remove it. I did remove it. It was a little hard to get it off, and then you kind of get left with a little bit of damage there on the back of it. But what I want to do is just sit that on top. I've made another Shore Living DIY recently where I made that into a candle, that starburst sign, and I really liked it. So that gave me an idea to try this. Now, the metal in the ceramic is hard to glue, so I'm going to use E6000 not hot glue because I want this to hold up and I want it to be sturdy enough to burn a candle on. So I add that. I don't know if I added enough glue, so let's add a little bit more. And you are going to have to let this set up a little bit. Right in the middle, I found that metal tray came down. You're just going to want to go with whatever you have contact with whatever you're building. And I'm just going to kind of touch up this area a little bit. Doesn't really match, but it's the bottom. You're not really going to be able to see it. And that's how I made the candle holder for my sand candle. And so I let my sand candle set up and I just dumped it out on a paper plate and I'm removing the excess sand. So just kind of scooping it out. It's kind of like upside down at that point because I just dumped it. And I'm being really careful to just kind of remove the sand a little bit at a time because I don't want to damage the candle. It was set up, but it wasn't set up like fantastic yet. And ooh, there it is, our sand candle. Now, as you can see, there's a lot of sand sticking to the side. And if you didn't do the seashells, you could really leave it sandy. But I want my seashells to shine through. So I'm just kind of rubbing it, trying to get the sand off so that you can see the seashells that I added to the side of it. And remember how we overfilled it? It's got this weird shape up here, so easy enough just to trim that up with some scissors if you do the same. It's an irregular candle, so it does not matter that it's not circular or anything like that. It's supposed to be like funky and cool, right? It's a sand candle. So again, just trying to wipe off the excess sand. And I want to be careful when I do that because I don't want to damage the wax because, again, I didn't have it super hard. And I found a nice way to do that was just to take a dry paintbrush and kind of, clean it up, take off the excess sand like you're excavating a little bit, expose some of those gorgeous seashells that are sticking out of the sides. And as you can see, the bottom is, even though I use like something with a flat bottom as a mold, it's not super flat. That's one reason why I wanted to use a tray or like a bowl to hold the candle. But I think that looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and trim the wick of our sand candle. So fun. I'm going to have to try this again, like on a bigger scale, I think. And we can add it to the candle holder that we made. Look how cool that is. I really love doing something fun and different like this. Now, since it doesn't really have a flat bottom, and I thought it'd be fun, let's add some more sand to it because, it's a sand candle. So I just take some more of that Dollar Tree tan sand, and you could also do this with a white sand. Sometimes I can't find the tan sand, and I switch it up to white sand. Whatever, they're both kind of beachy. And I kind of want to make kind of a pool of sand here, so I have a way to like kind of level it out. And I'm just going to spread it around again with a dry paintbrush. And you know what? Let's add some more shells to the sand too to kind of go with the shells and the sand that's on the side of the sand candle. So I just take some more of those little tiny shells and scatter them around. And this DIY is complete. Our little sand candle DIY. Look how cool that is. It was kind of hard to photograph this, but you get this like sandy texture on that beautiful blue color with all these little seashells peeking through. And the candlestick is super cute too. Even if you didn't DIY your own candle, it would still be beachy and fun. So there it is, my first attempt at a sand candle. I think it was a success. Okay, the next DIY, we're going to use one of these great jars from the Dollar Tree. It's the large one, and some of their floating candles. Now, this could not be more easy. I liked this because it was really big. I thought we could kind of make it look like the ocean by using some of the Dollar Tree blue pebbles. I was going to use sand at first, but I really wanted some color in this one to look like blue water, and I think that this is going to give me what I want there. This is some Dollar Tree seashells. I'm going to kind of scatter some of them around. They're kind of large, but they're all kind of the same thing. So I'm going to look in my seashell stash from the beach, find another seashell, put that in there. I wanted some like large ones. Really easy. You could always mix it up though and do some smaller ones as well. That's what it looks like so far. I love the color of the blue pebbles. It's kind of unexpected and fun. And then we're just going to simply fill the jar up with water, not too full, because you want to have something to bounce the Dollar Tree floating candles around on. And just add the candle to the top like that. It's so easy and fun. It fits in there nicely. Now I'm going to leave the jar on mine so that I can not have it spill or not lose water when I'm not using it. Because why not? So normally I would cover where the jar part is, but I don't want to do that because I want the lid to still work. So I'm just actually going to decorate the side of it. I'm doing about like the water line with some of that burlap trim from the Dollar Tree and just hot gluing that around. Just add a little texture to it since I am going to leave the screw top on there because this has a great lid on it. The silver color is coastal, and so it's going to look good, and it will help keep the water in there and keep it from evaporating when I'm not using it. But this is how it turned out. This is it without the lid. As you can tell, super easy. Pebbles, seashells, a little bit of burlap trim, and a Dollar Tree floating candles. Those come 2 in a package for $1.25. They are a great deal. They work really well. Let me show you how it looks lit up. Isn't that so cute? I love it. Now the next beach DIY video I did was all about seahorses. Seahorse Serenity is what it was called. And these were your favorite seahorse DIYs. So the first DIY, we're going to use one of the Seahorse glass frames. Now these are new this year with the short living line. They're beautiful. I love them so much. I ordered a whole case of them. And there's also a mermaid and a sea turtle. Not that crazy about the frames, but check out how easy it is to remove it. I just used a pair of pliers, broke one corner off, and I was able to slide the glass out. Now if you do this, be careful. Don't cut yourself on the edges of the glass. I want to try reframing it in one of the Dollar Tree 5x7 wood frames. These are new too, and I love them. They're really high quality. I'm going to go ahead and remove the glass, the staples, everything. I just want the frame because I want to frame that glass and I don't want it to have a back. Now, I did know just by kind of looking at it that the seahorse and the glass wasn't going to fit perfectly in the 5x7 frame. As you can see, it's just a little bit too big, but you know what? We're going to be able to make it work anyway. Now, I wanted to look like the seahorse is swimming in the ocean, and so I got some of this. It's a Krylon Sea Glass Sea Foam, and it's a spray paint. I would look for this everywhere. I was only able to find it at Hobby Lobby online. We don't have a Hobby Lobby, so you might be able to find it at yours. But I'll try to include a link below to the Hobby Lobby link that I ordered it from because it was way cheaper ordering it from Hobby Lobby than anywhere else I found it. So I sprayed a thin coat on, which gave me a very light bluish green tint, but not near as blue as I want it to be. So I'm going to go over it again. This time I went a little bit heavier. I did notice I got a little bit of streaking, so you're probably better off the thinner coats, the better. I got a little carried away with this coat, but I wanted to really bring out that like seafoam color. I think it's so pretty, and that's going to be on the back of the glass. So I'll still be able to light it up, show light through it, but it's going to tint it this bluish green color. So I haven't tried this yet with these, so I thought this might be the one to try it on. I want to try to light it up too, so I have some ideas for that as well. But I'm just trying to make sure that I got an even coat with that last coat since I did go kind of heavy and give it a quick dry, and it turned out really pretty. I'm really happy with it. Now, to frame it, I'm going to have to get a little bit creative. So I just lay it on the back of the frame like that. It overlaps just slightly on all 4 sides. Now you're just going to need something to frame it out with. I actually had some of these bamboo sticks. I actually get these on Amazon, but you could probably even use like popsicle sticks. You're just going to need something long and skinny, because what we need to do is kind of make an extension to the frame to go back a little bit more, so that we can attach the glass, because there's not enough of an overlap to just glue the overlap down. It's just very, very minor. So I'm going to cut the bamboo sticks down with my miter scissors. It's really easy to cut with these if you turn it sideways. It won't cut anything flat. I have learned that from experience. So I'm going to go ahead and cut down a top and a bottom piece like that. I can attach those to the frame. I can also attach the glass to that. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with the bottom one. I'm just gluing it with hot glue, kind of making it kind of flush with the frame there, but leaving a little tiny lip. In that little lip, I put a little bit more hot glue in addition to what had kind of seeped out, and I just kind of sit my glass on that. I'm trying to be careful not to damage the back of that because it wasn't super dry. And then I do the same thing here with the top. So it's glued to those. It's kind of glued to the frame a little bit at that point, and I think it's going to hold. So let's go ahead and do the same thing here for the 2 sides. I love these little bamboo sticks. I ordered a huge package of these on Amazon, and I have been using them for a couple of years. They are really versatile, and you can make a lot of cool stuff with them. And they're very small, so I think they're going to be great for this application. So I do the same thing on the sides. I just put hot glue down first, and I'm kind of gluing it all together at once, all 3 pieces, by where I put the hot glue and then put my final piece down. Now, let me show you how this looks. Isn't that so cool with the blue tint? I love it. Now, I just need to find a way to make it stand up. And for that, I'm just going to use some chunky craft wood from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to cut it down a little bit. It was a little bit longer than it needed to be, and I have a saw, so why not? And I just cut it down, give it a quick sand, and that's going to be a perfect base. The chunky one is perfect. The only thing is the wood is a little yellow compared to the wood in that frame. I do want to leave it wood, but I'm going to have to tone it down. So I do that with some beachcombers, beige I think this is. And I'm just going over the wood with a very thin coat of that tan color and then wiping off the excess with a paper towel. It's going to give me kind of a stain and take that yellow tone out of the craft wood so it matches the frame a little bit better in tone. I think that goes together way better. So let me give it a quick touch up. I think that looks pretty good though, and we can go ahead and attach it. Once I make sure that I have it really dry, we can glue it together. I do that by just putting hot glue on the bottom of the wood frame and centering it right on there, standing it upright. It's a great way to make it stand up without having to put a back on it because, of course, I want that frosted glass that we did with the sea glass to be transparent. Now to light it up, you could use a candle, but I actually picked up one of these push lights from Dollar Tree, and I wanted to see how that would work. So I'm going to pop some batteries in there, and I can just sit it behind it like that, and it will light up my seahorse, and it turned out really cool. And it's really easy to turn on and off. So there is our seahorse glass. I love how this turned out. Let me show you how this is how it looks during the daytime. So the wood is very coastal. I love that bluish green tint in the background. And of course, the seahorse image on those is really pretty. And the base matches the frame, I think, way better without having to paint it another color. But this is how it looks with the push light on. Look how pretty that is, how it illuminates it and really makes it glow. Now you could do this with like the clear frosting spray too and get a similar effect, but I really like the blue tint to make it look like they're like under the ocean. So again, this is how it looks during the daytime from day, and this is how it looks in the nighttime. Now for the next DIY, I'm going to kind of turn this charger that I found at Dollar Tree the other day into like a wreath or a wall hanging. It's rather large and it's clear plastic, and I've never seen this one before. But I thought it would make the perfect like wreath. So what I'm doing is just removing that super sticky tag that was on the back of it, and I'm going to make a really fun display with the new Seahorse sign this year. Now, I don't want it to be clear. I want it to look kind of blue. And since I'm really excited about my new spray paint, I'm going to try that on this one as well. I was trying to decide which side I wanted to paint, if I wanted to have the paint under it or on top. Again, I'm using the Krylon Sea Glass Sea Foam. I'm obsessed with this. If you can't find this, you could always do like the Mod Podge mixed with food coloring technique that I used in a recent video. That would work as well. I decided to do the top on the plate, which is going to be the back of my display. That way, if I hang it on my door, it'll be protected from the weather a little bit. So once I decide that, I'm just going to go ahead and start spraying this down with that beautiful like frosted blue-green color. I really wish you can get this on Amazon, but it's really expensive, which is why I bought that at Hobby Lobby. But I wish it was more readily available because look how beautiful that color is. It's so coastal. I love it. And spray that down. Once I get it dried, I did go over it with another thin coat to try to make sure I have good, even coverage. I want it to look like a seahorse in the ocean with that blue background behind it. So I just went over it with enough until I thought it looked pretty good. It was kind of bigger than my box, so I was trying not to get spray paint everywhere on my craft bench, but I just did a huge cleaning in my craft area, and it is pristine out there. I tell you, it's been about 6 months since I tidied that space up, and it was a chore. Now on the back, I kind of got like some overspray or something. It looks kind of crappy on the back right now, but you know what? We can clean that up. It was just a little bit of residue. So I cleaned that up, and because at first I was like, maybe I shouldn't have painted the back, but it looks way better now. I think it was just maybe a little bit of overspray back there. And so I have the charger like upside down, and then I want to attach the seahorse to the front of it like that. And I want to border it to kind of cover up that metallic border with some of the Nautical white rope from Dollar Tree. This is the thicker one. I think it's going to be long enough to go around it twice though, because I do want a nice chunky frame here. I'm going to start here at the bottom because the tail will kind of overlap the bottom, so it'll kind of cover where I start and stop with the rope. And then just kind of working one section at a time. On this outer row, I want to hot glue it where you can't see any of the charger. Have you guys seen this clear plastic charger? I was kind of surprised to find it at Dollar Tree the other day because I really don't think I've ever seen this one. But it is great for crafting, and it really came in handy for this DIY. Now I'm going to continue hot gluing all the way around. Once I get to the bottom, instead of cutting it, I'm just going to keep going with that same piece of rope. That way I don't have to kind of start and stop there. And I'm going to continue going all the way around, hot gluing that as I go. And that gave me a great border. I'm trying to keep it tight together. Another little coastal touch to go with the blue background and the seahorse that we're going to DIY for the front of this. And I absolutely love how this turned out. It's so cool. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to use it as a wreath for my front door or if I'm going to use it. I think I might just use it as a wall hanging in my house. It's so coastal and fun. This is a seahorse that we're going to attach to the front. It's kind of like the seashell signs this year where it's got like the two signs glued together with all the individual sections in there. So again, it can be a little tricky to paint, but what I'm going to do on mine is I'm actually going to stain it. We've already got all that blue color in the back of the sign, so I'm just going to mix some of the Antique Wax by Waverly with water to do that light stain again. And we're just going to stain it. And it works really well for this because it kind of soaks in the stain. So you don't have to worry about like the paint in the corners being thicker or making little dots in the corners. It's just kind of all going to soak in because it's so watery, as you can see. But again, I'm using a brush so I can get in all those individual parts to give it that light stain. It's going to give me kind of a driftwood feel. I don't want anything too dark because that would be too coastal. And if you find you get too much in any of the individual sections, you can just kind of flip it upside down, get that out, so none of it like pulls up. I'm going to kind of dry it off very softly with a paper towel and try to make sure that my stain is kind of even. The tail was a little bit lighter, so I just added a little bit more, let that soak in a little bit. And I think that was a really easy way to take care of painting one of those, since they can definitely be tricky to paint if you're going to go in all those little interior sections of the seahorse. Now I'm going to try to use this as the hanger since my plate doesn't have a hanger. So I just made sure to make this nice and long. And if I need to, I can wrap that around the back of this when I attach it. I want my tail to go down and cover up where all of the rope starts and stops there at the bottom. So all the exposed areas of the rope looks perfect. And I'm just going to glue this section here to the back of our plate that we dyed green. That way it has lots of contact space. It's going to be nice and sturdy. Gluing the wood to the plastic. Now for greenery, I'm going to use some of the Shore Living greenery. This time I'm going to go with the ones with brown stems. If you have any of these, you know, half of them are green stems, half of them are brown stems. And they definitely have a different vibe and look, and I don't like mixing them together. So I think the seashell ones would be really cute. And the brown ones like this. I have some that have like some of the long leaves on there. Those are really pretty. That one right there. And I'm just going to kind of see what works. I think I need like 2 of those with the long leaves and like maybe 2 of these with the seashells. They also have the ones with the seahorses. You could use those as well if you wanted. But I think I'm just going to try to stick with the shells. So that's the one with the seahorse that's brown. And I want to kind of like fill it in, kind of like a wreath, having all the greenery like coming from the bottom, but also looking like a bed of seaweed for our cute little seahorse. So I thought that the easiest way to do this would be to just dismantle these. They are all put together at the bottom with like a floral tape. So you can kind of rip it and then you get like the wired pieces that are individual that you can kind of go around the arc of your wreath, which is what I did. I'm just gluing the metal tip down like into the rope area underneath the seahorse, but also gluing the greenery to the plate. So when this is hanging on the wall, the greenery doesn't like fall out at you at all. I definitely want that to stay in place. Now I want to use about the same amount of greenery on each side of our seahorse. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the same place though, just kind of whatever works. But this is kind of like, this kind of looks like seagrass. This is pretty cool. So I definitely thought that would look really cool with a seahorse. Now this next arrangement has like a really long leaf that is really cool. It's kind of like jagged. It looks like something you would definitely find in the ocean. I'm going to glue the wire down and then glue that giant leaf down to that, kind of going up the sides of the seahorse. I'm going to do the same thing here on this side. And as you can see, even though I'm adding the same piece to each side, I'm not doing it in the same order. I don't really want it to be symmetrical. I just kind of want it to look like an underwater, like kelp forest or whatever. I guess not kelp, seaweed forest. And some of this greenery has like all different kinds of pieces. For this one, I took it apart in like 3 different kinds of pieces that it has. I'm just going to scatter those pieces around. I'm going to try to use everything if I can. Even some of the tiny pieces, I can have them kind of popping up from behind the tail here. You know how seahorses like to wrap their little tails around seaweeds and stuff to hold on to? And so I kind of want to give it that vibe. And some of the smaller pieces here towards the top where you can see them a little bit better. And as you can see, there's even like a little bit different coloring in some of these pieces. Like these are a little bit lighter. And I think that looks nice, contrast against all of the green. Just gluing those in place. Now what I have left are the seashells. They are like on wires, which is kind of cool. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave them on wires because that kind of makes sense, right? I'm going to kind of put that down in the greenery arrangement we did, but also kind of glue the shell down. It's kind of heavy. I don't want that sticking out too much. There's 2 different sizes. This is like the large, like cone shaped shell. We're going to do one of those as well by trying to glue the wire down in there and then also gluing it to the plate itself. We're going to do the same thing here on the other side. That's a smaller shell, and then we're going to do a larger one. The wire is fairly thick on those, but I didn't have any problem cutting those down to size. I was just using the floral scissors from Dollar Tree. I really love those things. I've had them forever and they work really well. And I thought maybe a few more. So I'm going to do 2 of the small shells and 1 of the large shell on each side of the seahorse. And I'm just going to save the other 2 that I have because I think that's enough. So gluing that last one in place, doesn't this look so cool? I'm really loving that seafoam frosting. It's so pretty. Now to make it hang properly, I'm using my long hanger and I'm going to attach it to the back of it by doing another knot here and gluing that knot to my actual plate just to make it hang better because otherwise it was not going to hang flat against my wall. And I still have enough of a hanger left to hang this with. And let me show you how it turned out. I think the Dollar Tree Seahorse stained, that very light color, brought out that great wood grain. And the combination of that with that blue background, the rope looks coastal, and then of course all that shore living greenery. I'm obsessed with it. I'm so glad I decided to order a case of it online because it's always hard to find in my stores. Now the next DIY video we're going to highlight was another coastal solar light DIYs. These are always some of your favorites, and this was your very favorite DIYs from that video. For the first DIY, you just need an empty bottle of soda. I'm going to try it first with one of the smaller, just regular size bottles of soda and a Dollar Tree solar light. And I saw this idea online. I wanted to try it. My son said that he's home from college. He had the great idea of making jellyfish solar lights. He always has the best ideas. And so I wanted to try it with a bottle. So I just took the label off and cleaned it off. And then what I'm going to do is just paint stripes on it. So I'm using my Posca paint pens. I love these. These are really good paint pens. They're permanent, and as you can see, they're really easy to use. And I'm using like kind of a sky blue color and just kind of making lines along the sides of the bottle. And then I space those apart about 1 inch, and so about a halfway through each one, I'm going to go through with like this more aqua color. I've really been working on my Posca paint pen collection. I think I have just about every shade right now. I absolutely love these things. So I just alternated one of those in each one to paint the tentacles, kind of alternating different colors of blue. And then you just need to cut the top off the bottle. I start with just a razor blade and then just go in with my scissors and just cut the top off of the bottle. I made the stripes go about all the way to the end of where I think that the tentacles will go. And then the bottom of the soda bottle will become the top of the jellyfish. It's also going to hold the solar light. I am going to go ahead and poke some holes in the plastic first. I'm just using my Cricut weeder and a lighter to get it hot so I can kind of carve through that plastic. It actually worked surprisingly well doing it this way. I want to poke like 2 holes in the bottom of the bottle so I can like string some twine through there to make a hanger. If you want to make yours where it's like you can't really see it, you could always use fishing line, but I don't really care. I'm actually going to use these to like hang these like in trees and bushes, and so I don't really care if it's twine. I just feed it through the top like that inside the bottle where I can pull it through, and then I can just tie it together to form a hanger for our first jellyfish light. We're going to do a couple of these, a couple different varieties, and they were so much fun to make. These would be a great DIY to get like the little kids involved with too. I made my hanger a little bit shorter. Mine was a little bit on the long side. And then I'm just going to start cutting my jellyfish tentacles. What I'm doing is just cutting in the clear part of the bottle between my stripes. So I guess each one of the tentacles is probably about a ½ inch. I didn't really measure it, just kind of estimating it. And I do that all the way around. Now I'm going to be putting the top of the solar light up into the top of the jellyfish. So really the only thing I'm going to need is the very, very top of it. So I'm just going to kind of take it apart and then put it in there and melt the plastic around it. That's going to keep it in place. So I put it all the way in the end like that. This is just a regular soda bottle, so it's got like those bumps like on the bottom of it. That's going to be what the top of this jellyfish looks like. And then I gather all the tentacles together like that. And just using my heat gun, I am going to melt that plastic, kind of shrink wrapping the solar light in place. You don't have to use any glue or anything like this. And I got this idea from another YouTube video. I will try to remember to link it down in the description. I thought it was a really fun idea. So now the tentacles you can see are starting to kind of bend already on their own, just from a little bit exposure to the heat. And I'm going to bend them more, make them curly like jellyfish tentacles, but I don't want them kind of like all going every which way. So I actually just put a bottle in the middle. It's just like some adhesive remover. It doesn't matter what it is, just something to keep them kind of on the side where I want them to be. And I just go around with my heat gun, and as you can see, they melt and curl into like fun little tentacle patterns, just like that. And I really like using like the two different colors. It kind of differentiates them a little bit. Mine were a little tangled, and as you can see, they melt quite shorter than you would think. So this is kind of a small jellyfish. I'm also going to be showing you a larger option on this one, but it actually turned out pretty good. Just making sure everything is about the same length. You can always trim them if you want. I really like the tips of mine all curly like that. I think that gives like the jellyfish vibe. And then I thought maybe I should add a few details to the top of the solar light too. You can see the metal through there, but I'm just going to use those same blue colors. Just do some polka dots around, something simple. And maybe even like a little bit on the top. And then for my other color of blue, I just kind of came in and did some squiggly lines. Something fun. Doesn't have to be that crazy. And a few polka dots on the top. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Our first solar light DIY. It is a tiny little jellyfish. So let me show you. This is what it looks like during the day. So I don't know if it's super obvious this is jellyfish during the day. But I'll also show you what it looks like at night and what it kind of looks like outside hanging in the bushes like in front of my house. I think it's really fun. But here you can kind of see with the solar light lit up how it's going to shine down on all of the little jellyfish tentacles and make them glow. Super whimsical and fun and very inexpensive. Just a recycled bottle and a $1.25 solar light from the Dollar Tree. And this is what it looks like hanging outside. This is the small jellyfish. And since the tentacles shrunk up so much, I decided I wanted to try to make a larger jellyfish to go with it by using a larger bottle. And here's another little sneak peek of that, all lit up. I think it looks great outside, and I can't wait to display it. So this is another bottle. This is a 1 liter. So you could do it with a soda. I thought maybe the Smart Water bottle would be good, or a water bottle in general, because it's flat. There's really not a lot of shape on this. So my tentacles will be all kind of straight before I curl them up. Now, the water bottle label left a lot of residue on there, but it was super easy to remove with some of that. It's kind of a new kind of glue gun material that they have from Dollar Tree, and I use that to clean up the bottle, and we can start DIYing this one. I'm going to switch up the colors. I'm going to use that same like sky blue color, but I'm going to mix it up with some of this like dark blue to kind of give this one a different vibe. And then just starting a couple inches from the bottom, I work my way up to the top with another 1 inch like tentacles, kind of alternating those around, making sure my line is nice and thick. So you're going to be able to see that coloring on the tentacles. And I actually like that color a little bit better than the first one that I used. Really shows up well at night. And then I just go in and every half an inch, I guess, I do the light blue to do the tentacles on this one. And it doesn't have to be perfect, just adding some color to add some fun to the jellyfish tentacles. And out of the two DIYs I did prefer this one better. The longer bottle, it did make longer tentacles, really gave you that jellyfish effect. So again, all you have to do is poke a hole right about here and cut off the top of your water bottle. And then I'm going to poke holes in the top of this one, which is the bottom of the bottle, like I did before. This worked really well. The cricket weeders are pretty sharp. You could use probably about anything you have that's going to have a sharp, pointy surface on there. But getting it hot definitely works well. I know a lot of people do this with their hot glue gun, but my hot glue gun tip does not seem to get that hot. And then I'm just going to feed the twine in to make a hanger for this one. I'm going to display both of these together. They're so cute. I think I might make some more just because they're so whimsical and fun. And you know, the solar light will be protected inside the bottle, so I think it'll last a long time. So just like before, I'm going to cut like 1/2 inch strips. So I'm just cutting about halfway between my blue lines all the way up, leaving a couple of inches there in the top for the solar light. And you're just going to want any of the round solar lights. I found that the regular size like this solar light from the Dollar Tree fit in this 1 liter bottle a little bit better than it did on the smaller one, because it's kind of got a flatter bottom and you can kind of push it all the way up. It's nice and wide. So just like before, I pop it in there and then I'm just going to kind of shrink wrap it in there. Get the tentacles out of the way, but just trying to shrink wrap it, make it hold it strong, and the recycled plastic is really easy to melt. I was surprised at how well this worked. I'm thinking you could probably do the same thing with a blow dryer. I'm not sure if a blow dryer is quite as warm, but it was really easy to do with a heat gun, and they're so inexpensive. I got mine on Amazon. I think I have the one I use linked below in my Amazon shop. I really love this one. I've went through quite a few of these, and this is definitely my favorite one. So again, I just popped a bottle in the middle just to kind of keep a little bit of semblance of my tentacles going every which direction. And then I just start running the heat up and down them until they start melting into all kinds of curly, crazy tentacle patterns. And they're all a little bit different, the way that they go and the way that they melt. It's really kind of fun, kind of unpredictable, and probably every single one of these you make would be a little bit unique. And it's a great way to recycle a bottle, and you're only using that $1.25 solar light, so super inexpensive to make. You can make as many of these as you want. I'm just trying to get mine curled exactly the way I like it. And then I like how I decorated the first one a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing here. We're going to do like maybe a different like little polka dot pattern around, and I can do some polka dots here on the top as well. And then maybe some squiggly lines. Maybe I'll go up and down this time. But again, just adding those same blue colors that I added everywhere else. And a jellyfish can have any kind of a pattern on there. They're really quite beautiful. And they do glow up, you know, a lot of the bioluminescent ones. And that's how it turned out. So this is a larger version of the jellyfish. A solar light, the tentacles are much longer. I wonder what it would look like if you could do, I don't know, a 2-liter bottle would probably be too big. But it's an option. Maybe even if you had a larger solar light, that would be good. But this is how the tentacles look lit up in their fun curvy pattern down there. And you can see how well the top of it did a shrink wrap in the plastic water bottle. And the hanger works great. I made them nice and long so I can hang them from this tree outside my house. And this is what the two of them look like together. Aren't they so cute? I really love them. They really kind of look like sculpted glass, like blown glass. And they don't look like water bottles at all. But I thought they were really fun. Okay, for the next DIY, I picked up one of the tall vases from Dollar Tree Plus. These are $3, but they're really big. And then one of the little beautiful jars from Dollar Tree. And I'm going to make a lighthouse. I've done another version of the lighthouse. This is how I'm going to make this one. I'm going to have that jar on the top for the light, and I'm going to have the vase upside down for the lighthouse part of it. So this is going to be a way larger version than the one that I made in my last video a couple of weeks ago. So if you want a smaller version, be sure to check out that video. I will have that video linked at the end of today's video. I'm going to frost this one again with the sea glass. I think that turned out really pretty. And so this has like a great like pattern. I think it's going to look really pretty lit up at night and provide a nice light pattern when it's lit up. But I thought it would be more special if I tinted it. So I'm tinting it that sea glass green color, but I just kind of do a light coat all over, nothing crazy. Again, because my spray paint was taking forever to dry. And then for the vase part, we're going to have it upside down like this. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the adhesive here from the bottom so that will be nice and clean when I go to attach the light part to the top of my lighthouse. And we're going to cover it with some of the faux leather from Dollar Tree. I love working with this stuff. It's so easy. And I am just going to cover it. As you can see, even though it's the extra large vase, the faux leather is plenty big enough. I cut out a piece that's a little bit larger so I can kind of overlap that. And since the vase is straight up and down, it was really easy to attach this. There was no weird angles or anything like that. And I think this is going to be a really cute option for an outdoor solar light lighthouse. I just hot glue kind of my cut in first. That way you won't be able to see that. And my straight edge, I'm going to use that as my outer edge and hot glue that, overlapping that with the leather. I lined it up there with the bottom. I guess it would be the top of the vase. And then it's going to be a little bit long, so we are going to need to trim it down here at the top because I kind of want just glass on the top of it so I can glue glass to glass when I go ahead to put this together. So as you can see, it's really easy to cut the faux leather, and I think that's a great starter piece for it. But of course, I want to have some stripes. Now, you can always do like horizontal stripes. I'm actually going to do diagonal stripes, so I'm going to paint them on. You could also use ribbon if you had like a cool leather ribbon or something like that that would hold up well outdoors. I'm just using painter's tape and I spiral it around. Now the stripe is pretty small, so I want to do another set of spirals. So I just start again, kind of trying to place it about halfway between my first set and just working that all the way around, overlapping the bottom and kind of moving them around until they are centered and I am happy with the stripes. And we're just going to go in and paint that faux leather. It's super easy to paint. And so we'll have like that ivory stripe. And then I thought like a beachy blue stripe would be fun. The color I'm using is Apple Barrel Cloudless. I thought that would look really pretty in contrast to that sea glass that we frosted the top of the light with. So I'm just putting a thin coat all over the leather of that beachy blue. Now, the faux leather at Dollar Tree comes in all different shades. They have like ivory, they have brown, they have navy, and they have black. So you can kind of do it to whatever colors that you wanted. I wanted to do another lighthouse DIY video for one of my members on my YouTube channel, Melinda. Her mother, Gail, loved lighthouses, and it's almost the 1-year anniversary of her passing. She was a viewer here on my channel. They watch my channel together, and so I know she wanted me to do another lighthouse DIY. So this one is for you, Melinda. I really hope you enjoy this. And once I get a nice thin coat on this, I did go over it with a second coat because you kind of have to do the really thin coats of acrylic on the leather to make it not too splotchy. And we can start putting together the top while that dries. So the Dollar Tree solar light, I'm just using one of the silver ones. I'm just going to hot glue it to the top of the jar. If I go around like the inner edge, it's going to be perfect. The jar is slightly larger than the solar light, and I'm going to place that right on side. I usually take the little plastic part off on the inside because I don't really want the light focus there. I want the whole jar to light up. And I think this is going to light up really pretty. So this should be dry. We can go ahead and remove the painter's tape to reveal those great lighthouse stripes. And I think that looks really pretty. I love that color. It's my favorite. As you guys know, I use it all the time. I get that color on Amazon and also at Walmart. And I always have that linked, I think, in my Amazon shop because it's really inexpensive. You can get it for about the same price as Walmart, but get it shipped for you with Prime if you get it on Amazon. And I'm going to use some E6000 since I'm doing glass to glass to try to make it super strong. So I do the E6000 around the outer edge where it's going to have contact with the bottom of the vase that we're going to glue it to. And then for a little quick hold, I'm going to use some hot glue too, just by doing quite a large splotch of it right there in the middle. That way the E6000 can dry and be a little bit more permanent. Now I'm also going to add some rope to this for another coastal touch. It's going to kind of fill in the crevice between the light fixture at the top, or the jar, and the vase itself, and kind of top off the top of the leather part. So I just do one piece of that brown thin rope, hot gluing that all the way around. And I liked that so much that I decided to add more rope to the rest of it. So I'm going to go around the bottom. So just where my seam is on my leather is also going to be the seam on my rope. And I'm going to do one row of the brown rope around the bottom, just hot gluing that to the leather all the way around. And it just kind of finish it off, make it look more finished. Anytime I can add rope or twine or of course shells to something, it's definitely going to up the coastal factor. And then I thought that looked really good. And then I thought that I could actually make the top of the solar light wider to kind of make it more fit with the width of the entire lighthouse, if that makes sense. So I'm going to use some more of that brown rope. And what we're going to do is we're just going to wrap that around the silver solar light here at the top, basically covering all of it. So I start on the back where my seam was, and I'm just hot gluing that all the way around. I'm going to hot glue the whole thing down so it stays in place. And I use the Gorilla Glue hot glue. It usually performs pretty well outside, even with the elements here in Florida. I can't really complain. I think it's going to be great for the rope. But I definitely recommend like a super glue or the E6000 for your glass to glass hold to hold the whole thing together. So I just glued that all the way around. It was a little hairy, so I'm going to burn off the fuzzies on this one. And this lighthouse light is complete. This is what it looks like during the daytime. Super pretty with that jar. I think that makes a really cute top for the lighthouse. And look how beautiful that leather looks even painted. I love that because you have that same texture. And then let me show you what the lighthouse looks like lit up at night. I was so impressed the light not only went through the jar, but it also went through the vase. So you can see that the lighthouse itself is illuminated too a little bit, but the main light, of course, is at the top like a lighthouse would be. But that light was super bright in there. It really shined the whole thing up. And if you wanted, you could even cut like little windows in there as well. That would be really cute. The next DIY video was my Beach Please video, and these were your favorite coastal DIYs from that video. For the first one, I wanted to do a sea turtle DIY with some of the sea turtle yard stakes from the Shore Living line and some of the Dollar Tree wall shelves. I'm going to use 4 of those and then just a roll of the Dollar Tree burlap. I love using these little shelves from the Dollar Tree because you can put them together and make a sign as large as you want. And this is going to be a really large sign. I'm actually making this for outdoors in my Florida room. And I wanted something really big and fun with sea turtles on it. So One reason I love these is that they're thicker than regular Dollar Tree signs, and they're just plain wood, so you can kind of do whatever you want with them. They're super flat, they don't warp or anything like that. And I'm going to put 4 of them together just like this. Then I can have like the little sea turtles like swimming out to the ocean is what I want to do. And so the first step is just to attach them together. You can see how thick these are. I just do a bead of hot glue. I use Gorilla Glue hot glue, works great on wood, and I've never had any problems with these being super sturdy, even outdoors. So I'm going to keep doing that all the way down, and I'm just going to make a big background for the sea turtles. What I want it to look like is the beach, and the sea turtles are coming from their nest, heading out to the ocean like they just hatched out. And I'm so excited. It's like sea turtle season where I live, and one of my favorite things to do is to go out and with the groups, you can go out and watch sea turtles lay eggs, which is really exciting. And I've even been lucky enough to be at the beach at night and see leatherback sea turtles hatching out of their nest and going to the ocean. So that's what I wanted to replicate with this. Now, the Dollar Tree burlap is a great size, and it's just big enough for the sign. But the way they package it, it's like super wrinkled. So I'm just going to go in with my Cricut Easy Press real quick and give this a quick iron. It's going to make it look better in the DIY. It's going to make it a lot easier to work with because it's plenty wide enough, but it's just long enough to make the size sign that I want. So that looks pretty good. Now to attach it to the sign, I'm just going to use Mod Podge, and I want the burlap to be a little bit bigger. I can always trim it down, and later I don't want to get it on there and have the wood be exposed, so I cut it a little bit bigger. And now I can go ahead and Mod Podge on. I'm going to use a fairly good amount of Mod Podge because it's going to be hanging on the wall. I want it to be super secure. And even though I'm using this outdoors, I'm using it in my covered Florida room, so it's not going to encounter rain or anything like that. If you were going to do that, you're probably going to have to use something a little bit stronger than Mod Podge. I don't think Mod Podge would hold up real well with like rain or the elements like that. So I just make sure I have a nice thick coat all over, super even, and then I can just lay the burlap right on top, making sure that I overlap all the sides just a little bit, and that I try to get it on there like somewhat straight. And I just smooth it out to make sure all the areas are glued down. If they're not, I can just add a little bit more of the Mod Podge from the top. So that looks pretty good. The next thing I do is just give it a quick dry with my heat gun, and then I can trim it down to size. It's just easier to do it this way. You don't have to worry about how you get it on there or, stuff like that, or if it's not the right size. You can trim it down. You're going to get the perfect cut. And I do want the burlap to slightly overlap the edges. So I'm not cutting it super tight just because I want it to completely cover the wood. I don't want you to be able to see any of that. And what the burlap is going to represent in this DIY is the sand. I thought that would be cool. It's just about the same color as sand. And it's going to give you a coastal feel as well. So this is what it looks like so far. I'm just going to trim up any excess strings. I do like a little bit of fraying on the ends of the burlap, but since it's Mod Podge down, it's going to stay pretty well without fraying. I just poke a couple holes in the top sign. There's already holes on there to make a hanger. And I just take some Dollar Tree twine. I like to feed it in through the back and knot it in the front. I find that my signs hang better like that. So I just knot it in the front. I kind of messed up my burlap a little bit there, but I'm trying to glue it back down to fix that. So be careful because you're kind of close to the edge where it might want to come apart a little bit. But that looks pretty good. And then I can go ahead and do the same thing here on the other side. To get it started, if you can't get it through, this is pretty thin. You can put a little hot glue on the ends, but this is a really thin twine from the Dollar Tree, and I think that's going to work just fine. It's so thin though that I double knot it to make sure it doesn't come through those holes like that. And now we can start thinking about the sea turtles. It's really easy to get them off the metal stakes. If you grab it right about here with a pair of pliers, you can just bend it back and forth and it will pop off. The first two were super easy. I think it just kind of depends on how exactly it's attached. This one was a little bit more difficult. It didn't want to bend in the same place, so this one took a little bit more work, but I was able to get it off. I didn't want any of that wire to be visible from the front, and I wanted to look like, little sea turtles going across the sand in a pattern kind of like that, where I can have like the beach over in one corner, but most of it's going to be like the burlap sand. For the ocean, I'm just going to go ahead and paint the burlap to give me that kind of look. So I start with like a light blue. This is Cloudless by Apple Barrel. And just using a brush, I'm just going to kind of, paint this corner to get us started. Trying to paint the burlap, but also kind of a little bit painting the sign behind it because it's kind of inevitable and kind of pushing that down into the fabric. You could always add like a different kind of blue material, but I kind of love the texture of the burlap and I wanted to keep that, so I thought painting it would be the best option. And I just do like a little pool there, like kind of curvy lines and all, and kind of work that down into the burlap by rubbing it with a paper towel till it kind of gets down into the sand a little bit. Now for the sea turtles, I want to go ahead and start gluing them on. I'm going to use a little bit of a spacer with some of those little tiny Jenga blocks from the Dollar Tree because it's really hard to glue metal on. So how I'm going to do it is I use E6000 to glue the Jenga block to the back of the metal. That's going to give me a secure hold. It's just going to take longer to dry because hot glue and the metal items like this from the Dollar Tree, it'll work temporarily, but it always seems to fall apart, and I don't want this to fall apart, so I'm going to go ahead and let that start drying by gluing all three of those onto our three little metal sea turtles, and then I can keep working on my ocean. I mix in like a little bit of like this Key West color so I can get like some different shades of blue to kind of make the ocean look a little bit more realistic up here. And I'm just kind of doing stripes, kind of like alternating like different shades of blue, like the ocean is. But again, I don't want to take up too much of the sign, just kind of this like little corner up here. And then just go in with a third color. I'm just kind of blending it all together just till I'm happy with it. And I have a little beach scene. Then I always like to do like a little bit of sea foam where like the beach comes into the sand. So I just take a little ivory and like a Dollar Tree chunky brush and I'm just kind of like dotting like that ivory paint on to kind of give me like a look of sea foam. And I'm also going to do like some waves out in the ocean, like some little white caps out there and kind of blend in like the little sea foam a little bit too, like that. And then I don't want it to be super obvious. I want it to be a little bit blended. So I just blend it with a baby wipe till I am happy with my little ocean scene up there. All while my sea turtles are drying a little bit with E6000. I did have to let this sit flat for a little bit because, the E6000 takes a lot longer to dry than hot glue. And I want my little sea turtles to be going towards the ocean just like this. Now they do this like in the middle of the night up to like dawn. Like if you go walk on the beach at dawn, sometimes you can get lucky. When I saw the leatherback sea turtles, which were probably about this size actually, I saw them about 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, I think. It was quite an experience. And so I just hot glued the little Jenga blocks on like that. And then I thought, since it's a sand, why not add some seashells? So I'm just going through some seashells that I have from the beach and some from the Dollar Tree and like picking out like some that aren't too big or overwhelming, just a couple seashells that would be on the beach. And that's going to add to the coastal feel as well. I'm just going to attach those with hot glue. And the burlap, of course, has holes in it, so it allows that hot glue to go down. You can glue that securely to the sign behind it. And I think that is all the sign needs. It's really big. It's really beachy. I absolutely love how this turned out. My son was a big fan. and he loved it. I think this is so cute. So hopefully you can pick up some of these Dollar Tree yard stakes. I know the shore living is super competitive, and not the whole country got shore living last year, which really stunk. Hopefully they don't do that again this year, because I know a lot of you guys were looking for this stuff. But don't forget, you can also order stuff online. I picked up a beach frame from the shore living line, and I'm going to combine that with one of these Dollar Tree wood signs and some of the little dolphin wood signs from the shore living line. I want this to actually go, the canvas to go into the frame, and I know it's a little bit too big, but I'm going to make sure that it fits, because normally I just cut the canvas off and kind of reverse canvas it into the frame because it's about the same size. I just removed the hanger from the back because that's going to get in the way on my canvas. And I was like, it's so close, maybe I can just force it in there, because I don't like that frame on those signs from the Dollar Tree anyway. I'm going to cover that up with driftwood. And so it's okay if I damage it slightly. So I tried to force mine in with a pair of, with hammers, but you know what? It didn't really fit. So I realized that I was at least going to have to kind of bust off one side of the frame to get this to work. So I'm trying to do that with as little damage as possible. The thing is that they're stapled into the back pretty securely, so there is going to be a little bit of damage, but it's going to be okay because I'm going to cover the frame part anyway. But I wanted to leave the canvas on the canvas this time, so we're going to make it work. Once I got one edge off like that, then I was able to force this in, because you can see it's just so close to being the perfect size for these Dollar Tree canvases. And I love this simple beach scene. I think it's so pretty. Now it's just a matter of gluing this side back on. And it's okay that there's going to be some gaps here and it's going to look kind of crazy, because again, we're going to cover that part of the frame with driftwood because it's kind of like an exposed MDF anyway. Doesn't look very good to begin with, but it's totally functional and it's just about the right size. And it's got holes on it for a hanger. So I'm just going to add my own hanger by using some twine, going from the back and knotting it into the front. And I want to do that first before I attach the driftwood and stuff to it. That way kind of sandwiching that in. Now I do want to make it look a little bit 3D, so I'm going to add one of these little shore living dolphins to make it look like it's jumping out of the water. I thought that would be really cute, and it's just about the right size. So we're just going to take some elephant gray acrylic paint and do one coat of paint on here to kind of make me have like a gray dolphin. Super easy. And I like one coat because I like it to look a little bit rustic like that, and I can have it kind of jumping out of the ocean. So I just hot glue that in place. And my goal with this was to take this Dollar Tree simple canvas, make it look more 3D and really cool. So sometimes you'll see those paintings in the home decor stores where there's like a 3D element to it. So I'm going to try to do that with this. I've already added the dolphin to it. And I'm mixing some like tan and some ivory together because I thought I could try to make like the seagrass and stuff like that. I can make this look like a little bit 3D, but the paint doesn't really give you the 3D effect very much. I thought I'm going to need hot glue. And so I'm going to switch it up and do that. I just take my fine tip hot glue gun because the Ryobi releases way too much hot glue gun. This is like my Sure Bonder. I hardly ever use this one. And I just kind of draw these onto the top of the seagrasses here on the dune. And it's going to give me like a 3D place that then I can go back and paint to provide some 3D vibes to this. And then I'm also going to do the same thing here in the sand. Make some like little sand hills wherever they have some to give like a 3D effect there. I thought about doing it in the ocean, but I decided that was probably enough of a 3D effect. And the hot glue sets up pretty quickly. I'm just going to go in with a tiny brush and some of that tan paint and just lightly distress all over, giving you that 3D effect. As you can see, it just sets up pretty hard on its own. I didn't really have to wait or anything. And I can do that down here in the sand as well, doing like the little sand dunes. And it not only made the canvas 3D, It just gave it a little bit more dimension and fun, and I think it made it look a lot better. Once I'm happy with that, I want to redo the frame. Again, I told you I wanted to make it driftwood, and so I'm going to use some of those wood stems from the Dollar Tree that we used for the candle holder earlier. This is the rest of my package, and I'm just going to cover the front of this. And as you can see, they're like not as wide as the frame, so I'm going to need a couple of rows. And the canvas fits nicely in there where I can overlap this. And it's also going to cover up like the corners where there's like cracks because I forced that canvas in there. So I'm just going to do 2 rows. And you know, I don't want it to be like straight up and down. So I'm going to use some smaller pieces just to kind of break that up because I didn't mean to have those be so symmetrical down there. And just trying to find the right size pieces to fill this up nicely. What I want to do is just cover the front of the frame because it's that MDF wood, and of course the corners are kind of open for how I need it to be slightly bigger, and this is going to mask it. The outside of it is like actually a good wood. I don't know why they designed these Dollar Tree signs like this, but I'm glad that they do because they make a great frame for these Dollar Tree canvases, and I don't like just displaying the canvas itself. I always like to frame it out if I can. So I'm just doing the same thing on all 4 sides, just piecing it together. I found that the thinner pieces worked better for this. And at the top, I just kind of work around the rope there that I already did the hanger and kind of cover that up with the driftwood. And then do the same thing here on my final side. It really didn't take very much driftwood, but it really gave a fun coastal touch to this since we did the beach scene. I really love the addition of the dolphin. I got that idea from one of y'all. I can't remember who it was. Somebody did a Dollar Tree canvas like this, and they did one of the little sailboat clothespins out there. And I thought it was really cute. And it inspired me to do one of my own. So I'm just cleaning up any strings of hot glue there from putting all of that driftwood on there. And again, if you can't find these wood stems from the Dollar Tree, you could use real driftwood, or you can get some driftwood stems like this from Amazon as well. But of course, the Dollar Tree is going to be cheaper. This is how it turned out. I think it's really beachy. I'm glad I decided to do like the little bit of the 3D effect on the canvas with the hot glue. It actually worked out really well. It just gave it a lot more character. And the dolphin is so cute jumping out of the ocean. I think the driftwood frame really finished the piece off, just made it look a lot nicer. Now for the next beach DIY video, this was my Stay Salty DIY video from last year, and these were your very favorite coastal Dollar Tree DIYs. Now for the first one, I chose 3 of the chunky signs from Dollar Tree. I did get different ones just for variety, and they're kind of big. So what we're going to do is just cut these in half. And I want to do a like hanging beach sign, but I want it to look like 5 random different color, different size piece of boards for the background. And then we're going to make our letters with Dollar Tree rope. So the first thing I'm going to do is just go ahead and measure about halfway and cut this in half. They're nice, really thick signs, but they're a little too big for what we need them for. So I just cut that in half. I'm going to use that as a guide here on the other 2. And they have these like in brown, a black color. I chose the white ones just because it would be easier to paint them, but it doesn't matter. It's kind of whichever ones you can find. And so on these 2, I'm just going to go ahead and cut them exactly the same, about halfway. And I'm also going to cut their height when I'm done with them too. So I only need 5 of the 6 because we're going to spell out the word beach. And I'm also using a 5-gallon paint stick there from Walmart. So I've kind of mixed up the 2 slat, 3 slat ones because I wanted to look random, right? So I kind of put them number 1, number 4. I'm going to actually take both of those and just cut down one side of those to make it a little bit shorter. And then flip one upside down again to make it a little bit more random. Now for this one, I'm going to cut a little off the top and the bottom to make that one the smallest one. And then I'm going to leave the other two as is. I think my saw might need a new blade. It's kind of cutting up the wood, but I actually kind of like the distressed for this project. Has anybody ever changed a blade on a electric miter saw before? I wonder if it's hard. And I'm just going to paint them different colors. So I want them to look beachy. The first one, I'm just using Cloudless by Apple Barrel. It's a real light beachy blue. And just doing one sloppy coat. I want it to look distressed. That way some of the white paint will show through. And then this is Apple Barrel Key West. It's kind of got like a little bit more of a green tint to it. I thought that was really pretty. So we're going to do that on number 3 and number 5. And then I'm going to leave this second one ivory, just white, just how it is. That way it looks really random, even though the signs kind of all started out looking the same. Then I just use a sanding block, and as you can see, I'm just sanding along the edges. It's gonna make the edges white. It's gonna kind of bring that paint out from underneath of it and also distress it a little bit, which is that coastal farmhouse vibe that I'm going for. So I do that on all 4 edges, on all of these, to kind of give them that rustic beach look. I am going to distress them a little bit more too, just to kind of go with that. So I do that to all of them. I really kind of like that vibe of the white and then like the sanded edge. To distress them further, I'm just using a little antique wax by Waverly and a dry brush, and we're going to very lightly distress this just to bring some of the brown distressing through. I get kind of some of that in the ones that I cut, but I want to kind of add to it a little bit. And the one that I'm leaving like white kind of already has a distress, but I'll add a little bit more kind of to all the edges. But I am trying to like work in like kind of one direction. And don't worry if you're distressing. If you get too much on there, just have like a baby wipe handy. It's really easy to clean that up and it dries really quickly. Now I'm going to put them all together, and I needed something long, so I'm using a 5-gallon paint stirrer from Walmart. These come like in a 3-pack for like $2 and something. They're a great size for crafting. And I just cut off the handle because it was a little bit too long. And then I just used my staple gun, and I actually had to kind of switch to some longer staples to be able to go through that ruler and securely attach it to that chunky sign. Usually I need like the short staples for Dollar Tree items, but this is nice and heavy duty. So they all looked pretty good except for that one. So I just replaced that one, and we have a nice sturdy sign. You can make this like a standing sign, but I'm gonna make mine hanging. So to do that, I just take some Dollar Tree twine, and we're just gonna double knot that to make sure it doesn't slide through. And then like on the second one, I'm just gonna use my staple gun to attach that to the back. And you could always use rope if you wanted like a chunkier rope handle, but I think that this is going to be fine. So I just tie another double knot just because the twine's really small, and staple that to the back. And we have a perfect blank for beach. Now I really love like the rope beach words at Dollar Tree, but I know some of you guys can't find them, so I'm going to show you how I made my own. So I'm using the 9.5-foot brown rope, but anything you can find. I find that the thinner one works a little bit better for letters because it's easier to move around. And I'm going to try to cut as less as possible. So I'm going to start with my middle one because that is my smallest block, right? And I'm going to fill up most of that with a letter. And we're spelling out the word beach, so we're going to have an A here. And since this is my first letter, I really don't have anything to go with, so just kind of freestyling this one. It looks like I need to cut it down a little bit because it's a little bit longer on the right side than the left side, and then just hot glue this on. You're going to want to use hot glue everywhere the rope is. You're not going to want any of that to pull away, especially like on a hanging sign like this, and for it to keep the shape to spell out letters. And we're just going to do capital block letters really easy. Cutting down a smaller piece for the center of the letter. Make sure you hold the piece you're cutting when you cut that. Otherwise, it can unravel, and you don't want that to happen. It happens really easily on the short pieces of rope. Now that looks pretty good. Now let's go ahead and measure it for reference, so I'll kind of know how big to make my next letter. It looks like it's about 2¼ inches wide, and I can start here on my E. Again, I'm going to try to cut the rope as little as possible, so I will use that same piece of rope for the top, the side, and the bottom. I just kind of went ahead and sketched it on so that I can see exactly where I need to be and try to keep it in measurement. Now, this is a bigger block and the letter looks a lot bigger. I don't know if I measured it wrong or if it just appears a little bit bigger than the A, but it's okay. They're all supposed to look random anyway. So just working on one section at a time, I put hot glue on the line. So sketching it out with a pencil can be a really good idea, especially if you're doing like cursive and stuff like that, something a little bit tricky. But this is pretty easy to do, just the capital letters. So there is this middle section of my E. I did have to cut a separate piece for that. And I tried to smush it a little bit because it looked like it was a little bit bigger, but again, that's okay. So here is the letter C. That one's going to be really easy. I'm going to go ahead and cut that down to size, one piece. But I am going to kind of give me some reference points for how tall it should be. So I have kind of a guide to go through. And then I'm just going to do like part of the C at a time. Like the top half and then the bottom half. And I didn't really need to sketch that one out. That was pretty easy. And then I'm going to use that same size as guidelines to make a B. So I kind of put dots how long the B needs to go out to be the right width. And then I just start on the left side. I'm going to wrap it around. I'm going to go ahead and cut it right here because it's a little too thick to bend back really easily there. And so I am just going to hot glue that right there into the middle of the B. And then I'm going to have to do the top part of the B separately. I guess I could have started here, but, and again, I don't want doubled up rope right here. So I'm actually going to cut it about halfway and kind of cut it at a diagonal so it'll kind of blend in a little bit more and it won't be super thick right there where the B comes together. One more letter, we have an H, super easy. Now that I know the dimensions and it's a nice easy letter, I do have to cut it into 3 pieces just because that's how the letter is shaped. And I really love how this sign came together. I think it was really easy. It's real sturdy. This is a piece that you could definitely sell if you wanted. Very high quality and definitely coastal, like something that you could find in a beach shop for your house. This is how it turned out. I really like the varying colors of blue. And I don't know where I'm going to put this. It's pretty cute. Maybe in my bedroom. I really like it. We're going to make a lighthouse DIY. I know you said you wanted a new one. And we're going to take 2 of the longer shells from Dollar Tree, the wider ones like this, and 2 packages of the shorter ones as well. And what I want to make is a lighthouse shelf. Now, something that you could hang on the wall. I'm actually going to make mine freestanding. You could even, I'm going to kind of use it a little bit like a tier tray, a small tier tray. So I'm going to go ahead and unpackage everything and start kind of cleaning up the wood. Sometimes they're not all the same, but I try to choose similar packages here to work together. I want to have the bottom be wider like that. And then I want the edges to slightly come in to make it smaller at the top like that to make a lighthouse. So I will have to cut down the top one. I'm going to cut it where I cut the holes off of each side of the sign for the top part. And we're going to leave the bottom part of the lighthouse the size that the shelf actually comes in. So just doing a quick sand to kind of clean up those pieces that I cut down. I'm also going to like do the little holes. I'm leaving the holes in there. I don't really care about those. But just trying to clean them up and make sure there's no like splinters sticking out of them. And then for the shelves, I'm going to put some little Jenga blocks, the little mini ones from Dollar Tree, to actually be braces to hold up the shelves to make them a little bit stronger without having to use any hardware or anything like that from the sides. So I'm just going to kind of space these out, gluing these where I want each one of the shelves to be on our lighthouse shelf. And about halfway, I'm only going to do 1 per shelf on each side, glue that in place. So I did that one 4 inches from the bottom. This one here, I'm doing like 8.5 inches, I guess, from the bottom. It's kind of a random size shelf, so I couldn't do it super even. I'm just kind of eyeballing what I want, but I'm going to make sure that I do this one exactly the same because this is going to be the other side to hold it up. Now, even though I'm going to be working at angles, I'm going to try doing any crazy miter cuts or anything like that because we like easy DIYs over here. So I want it to be like this though. And then this can be the base like that, and this can be the top. And we can have a slowly descending, smaller shelf at the top to make our lighthouse. And then we can also do like a candle at the top. So I'm going to start here with the top piece by doing a bead of hot glue close to the edge, but enough that I have a little bit of an edge once I glue it on there. And I try to do that evenly, gluing that where, as you can see, they're kind of sticking out a little bit further here at the bottom. And before they set up too much, I'm going to go ahead and glue the bottom on. I just did right where the holes were. That's going to cover up the holes and act as the base. So, I mean, it's thicker at the bottom, as you can see, but not like crazy amount. Now for the shelves, I'm going to use those smaller pieces. I wanted to use all the same shelving, so they're all the same width, so less cutting. And that looks like the perfect size here for my top shelf. I did make sure to cut off the holes on them. Just because why not? I needed to cut it anyway. This one's going to be a little bit bigger, and I am cutting it a little bit smaller so it'll fit in there because, again, the angles, it's going to be a little tighter on the top than the bottom. But I have those great braces in there that's going to act as a bottom for my shelf. Now, you could just leave them like that, but I always like my pieces to be pretty sturdy, so I do a bead of hot glue on the top of each one of my Jenga blocks, and we're actually going to glue our shelves in place. There probably won't be any need to take them apart. But I guess you could always make adjustable shelves if you're creative. And I'm going to leave the inside all unfinished wood, the shelves and everything like that. But we will paint the outside to make it look like a lighthouse. So I'm going to paint the sides, and I want to do like a stripe pattern. I'm going to do like a horizontal pattern. I thought that made sense since the square shape of my lighthouse. And I don't have any painter's tape super thick, so I'm actually going to use a couple pieces together to represent like a wide stripe. And we're going to start painting this. I'm just going to use one coat of acrylic. It was pretty easy to paint. This raw wood from the Dollar Tree. It paints really nicely. So the first color I'm using is antique parchment. It's just like an ivory color. And I just went over the base and the bottom part of that shelf. And then the center section. And then I'm also going to use that ivory color on the very top part. I am trying to make sure that I don't get any paint kind of leaking on the edges there. Since the inside's not going to be painted, I don't want any of like the raw wood to be covered up by that. But I do want to kind of cover the ends of the top shelf there to make it blend in with the side of the lighthouse like that. And I'm going to use that for reference to do my painter's tape on the other side. So without removing it, I just kind of sit it on its side like that and use that for reference where to put my painter's tape so that it can be symmetrical. My stripes on my lighthouse will be the same on each side. So again, just ivory paint for the bottom, the middle, and the top. I'm doing really big, chunky stripes on this. You could always do like horizontal pattern if you wanted, or diagonal. I'm thinking you could do just about anything. You could kind of paint it to look like stone, whatever vibe you're going for. My house is all coastal, so I'm going to go with beachy colors is what I was thinking. Now, I just reused my painter's tape and moved it onto my white paint that has dried. And I kind of regretted that because I did get a little bit of bleeding on this one. So you might not want to reuse your painter's tape. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I'm using that Key West color again of Apple Barrel. I thought this would look really pretty. If you wanted to look more nautical, you could use like a navy or a red or something like that. And that would look really good for the 4th of July. And then just doing one coat of blue on these two chunky little stripes. And we can remove the painter's tape, and that's where I had a little bit of bleeding. So I'm going to clean that up real quick and just kind of fix it with the original color so you can't tell. But that's my striped side of my lighthouse. I really think it helps give the shelf that lighthouse feel. So this side I'm going to use new painter's tape to avoid the bleed. Make sure it's super sticky. And just lining it up where I painted it white. And I was just thinking, you can even stain the wood. You can really make a lighthouse any color or pattern that you want. You can get really creative with these. And again, I'm using the Key West color for my 2 chunky blue stripes. And I just found it easier to leave the inside like all the unfinished wood. So this is what we have so far. Our little lighthouse shelf. Isn't it looking super cute? Now for the top of it, they have this little area at the top of the lighthouse. I think it's called you guys have told me before, a gallery maybe? And I wanted something for fencing. And I thought this would be a really easy, fun touch. This is the metal ribbon from the Dollar Tree. Because I thought that would be something fun that I could make like a railing to go around the sides of the gallery. Something that kind of looks a little bit like fencing, but this is going to actually look ornate. But I didn't think it looked too ornate. We still got like that galvanized metal. And I just glued that on all the way around on that top edge, making it stick up to the top. So I'm lining it up to the bottom of that shelf. And I have rounded edges, so I went ahead and made this last cut just a little bit longer so I could wrap that around and make sure all 4 edges are kind of rounded and make them make sense. Mine had a little bit of rusting on it. I don't know why, but I'm just going to touch that up with a silver marker so you won't be able to tell. And then for the top, I'm going to use one of the square candle holders from the Dollar Tree. I chose square just because my lighthouse is kind of square, so I thought that would make sense. And then I thought we could do a fun little beachy candle for the top, and it'll light up like the top of a lighthouse. The first thing I'm going to do is use a bottle of those little Dollar Tree seashells, and I'm going to mix that together with some Dollar Tree tan sand, shaking that to make a base for my candle since it's kind of a big candle holder for a smaller votive candle like that. And then I can just sit this right on top. I'm not going to attach it or anything like that. It's just going to be a candle holder up there on the top of my lighthouse. And it really turned out cute. I like the square effect. You could get away with doing a circular candle up there if you wanted. But let me give you a view of our lighthouse shelves before we go ahead and fill it. Because, of course, we're going to fill it up and make it look cute, right? But it looks pretty cute already. Super fun. So to fill it up, I thought some of the fairy garden items would be cute. Some of like the nautical stuff. So this is the little boat. Super cute. And then I'm going to use one of the little monkey, what are they called? Monkey rope balls from the Dollar Tree Shore Living line. And then like a little boathouse that I got at the fairy garden section too. And it looks nautical. It's got like a life ring, an oar. So I thought that looked like an old boathouse as well. Now, the only thing I didn't like is that these were like kind of like royal blue. And I painted my lighthouse that beachy blue with the Key West. So you know what? I'm just going to kind of update the paint on these. Sometimes they need updating anyway. But just to make it coordinate more with my decor. But if you like the nautical look, you could totally leave them as is. They're not painted too badly. And I'm not great at painting small things like this, so be kind. I'm trying to do the best that I can. I've had people complain before about that, and I'm like, I have rheumatoid arthritis, and painting little things like this just really is a little bit difficult for me. But I just went ahead and made all the things that were royal blue, like that beachier Key West blue. And then it wasn't painted great to start with, and so I am going to touch it up with a little white too to cover up any of the kind of areas that had too much paint on them to begin with, but otherwise I'm going to leave everything else the same color. Now for the boathouse, we're going to give it a little makeover too. Just going to change it from that like royal blue color to this Key West blue color. And it's already painted distressed, so you can paint it sloppy. It's going to kind of go with the vibe, the coastal vibe of it. And I'm just using a smaller brush to try to get in all the little areas here. Lots of smaller areas here on the front to try to change that color. I'm trying not to get anything on some of these, but I'm going to paint some of them anyway, just because some of them, like the life ring and stuff like that, wasn't painted great. So I went ahead and painted that one white. The center, that Key West color. And I might as well paint the top of the roof too to make it look better. And then I'm going to use some paint pens for the details. So I'm going to paint like the little red stripes back on my life buoy. That was just not painted great, so I painted it where the whole thing is painted, not just the top half of it. And I found that the paint pens were pretty easy to work with these small projects. And then I'm going to touch up the wood for like the oar, the door, the window, just to make it look better with one of my brown Posca paint pens. And now it goes with the vibe of my house, my color scheme, and this color scheme of my lighthouse. So let me show you how it looks all together. I will also show you how it looks all lit up. I think it turned out really cute. So there's our little boat, little tugboat. We have the like little monkey jute ball, and then we have the little boathouse there at the bottom. And then let me also give you a view of it with the candle lit up, because that really gives it that lighthouse vibe. I think it turned out really cute. So you could use it as a small tier tray, kind of like I'm using it. You could also use it as a hanging wall shelf. If you wanted, I don't know if I would do a real candle on it if you did it that way though, maybe a battery operated candle. But I think it turned out really fun. The next DIY video we're going to highlight was my beach terrarium DIY video, and these were your very favorites. So this is one of the shore living baskets from Dollar Tree. I think they have these in the regular aisle too. Might just be a different color, but I really like this one. It's got like the little leather tab on there, and it's a great size. And I thought it'd make a great beach terrarium. So I'm going to fill up most of the body of the basket with just some of those foam rings from Dollar Tree. Circles just to fill up some bulk space so I won't have to use as much sand. And then I just use one package of the tan sand, which fills it up nicely. You don't want it too full because the basket's a little bit wobbly. Now for the greenery, I'm going to be using fake plants today, but if you have a green thumb, you can definitely use real ones. This came in a little pot. I think it kind of looks like an air plant that I picked up at Dollar Tree. The driftwood is from Target. You can just use whatever you've got. I just wanted a little bit of driftwood in here for a little bit of a rustic beach touch. Now, the starfish I got on Temu, you can like kind of use whatever you have. And my new seashell, I just got at Sanibel. I did post a picture of my Sanibel Island like haul. I got so many shells. I was a little short on time because I could have gotten so many more. There were so many at the lighthouse. I was in heaven. But one more seashell, and that's all there is to it. We have our first beach terrarium. I told you that some of these were going to be really easy, and even though it's really easy, it turned out really beautiful. So here's a little close-up view of our first beach terrarium. Very cute. You can use kind of whatever you have, seashells, driftwood, starfish, sand dollars. Just use your imagination. Now, this is going to be really fun. I found this flip-flop tray at Dollar Tree in the summer section the other day. Never seen these before, but I thought it would make a really cute terrarium, right? It's really large. If you're going to do yours outdoors where you're going to get weather, you're going to want to drill some holes in it. But I'm not going to put mine out in the weather, so I'm just going to leave it as is. To fill it up, it's going to require a lot of sand. So I'm using the tan sand. I was trying to get away with like one bag in the main part of it, but that was not enough. So I ended up using, I think a total of 3 bags on this one. And I want that succulent to have a stem, but not super long. And again, these are just Dollar Tree succulents. I chose a variety. And I can do each little section of the flip-flop into a part of the terrarium. And I want them to all be a little bit themed too. So that's when I realized I needed more sand. So I added a second bag to this one because again, it's pretty large, and put my succulent down inside. I also want to do one of these like tan succulents. This one's got like the wire on it. And I just kind of put that down here on the other side. I want them to kind of look random in there, but I also want to decorate them with beach items. These are the fairy garden sand castles, so I thought those would be really cute. I'm going to use all 3 of them. Just kind of scatter them around this section in the sand like that to fill it up nicely. And this one thing I really love about these beach terrarium projects is how easy they can be for real. So actually, I used 3 bags because that one didn't take as much. And this is one of the little plants that I think looks like air plants. That is the little pot they come in like that. I'm just going to shorten the stem a little bit so it doesn't stick out too much and put that down there. I found another really small succulent, which is what I was going for, in a Dollar Tree pot. And I'm going to put that over there. For this section, I'm going to decorate one with the pink flamingo out of this fairy garden kit. And oh, the sea turtle one, I love that. I'm going to put that one next to the smaller succulent because it's kind of a larger piece. And then I think I have room for some seashells. So I'm going to use some more of those little tiny seashells and just kind of scatter those all over. It's very whimsical and fun. It's made out of plastic, so you're not going to have to worry about it breaking or anything like that if you have it out on your porch or something like that. But I think it would make a really great centerpiece or just item to decorate around your home. I think it's really fun. So here it is, our little Flipflop beach terrarium. I really love this one. Here's a little close-up view of it. You can see all the different sections, all the fun little items. I really love that pink flamingo too, super cute. And this really looks great as like a centerpiece. It was so easy to do. Fun for the summer or fun for a coastal home. I got a lot of compliments on this one actually. Now for the next coastal DIY video, this was my beach bliss video. You guys had lots of favorites in this video, but these were your 2 very favorite coastal DIYs. Okay, for the next DIY, I was thinking I wanted to do like a sea glass wreath. And I also wanted to incorporate a sign that you guys have been asking how to DIY. So these are just the sea glass from Dollar Tree. I also picked up one of their wood wreath forms and some Dollar Tree rope. I ended up only needing 1 package of that. It's going to be kind of a background to the sea glass. Now this sea glass is like different colors. There's like a royal blue, a green, a light blue, and like a white. The only one that I don't really like is the green. I don't think that really goes with the coastal feel of my house. So I'm just going to save that for another project. So just trying to look at what I have here. Most of the pieces are small enough to work with. A couple of them are really big. And actually I did try to break some of them for this project and it's harder to break them than I would think. I'm going to use some super strong glue. This is the Gorilla Clear Grip. Just because I want this to stick, and working with glass like this, I want to have the option to put this outside if I wanted to, and I don't want any of these stones falling off. And so it's a really thick glue. It dries pretty fast and it's really strong. I just start with some light blue, then white, then royal, and I'm going to continue that pattern all the way around. The sea glass from Dollar Tree usually has like a flat edge on there. So that's what I'm kind of looking for. And I also want it to be very random, like what direction it's facing. But I'm trying to cover as much as the wreath form as I can. That wood wreath form is like a MDF material. It's not a really pretty wood, but I don't mind the color of it shining through like the white ones, which are kind of more clear, and the blue ones, as you can see. I think it's going to add kind of the coastal feel that it's got like a wood wreath form. So I needed another package here and just kind of pick my green out of those as well, just because I need to repeat that pattern. So I need like the right size and I need like the right color scheme going around. And I'm actually going to incorporate these colors into the sign that I'm going to hang inside this wreath as well. I don't use these wreath forms much from Dollar Tree, but after doing this one, I was kind of a big fan. Sometimes you want like a thinner wreath form like this, and I really kind of like the simplicity of it, the versatility. The first time I saw one of these at Dollar Tree, I was like, what is this? but it is a wreath form. They do have them at some of my stores. When I get here to the end, I tried to space it out, even using some larger ones so that my pattern doesn't get interrupted as I went around the wreath form. Now at this point, I think it's too skinny. It still needs something. So I'm going to frame out the sea glass with Dollar Tree white rope. This is the 6-foot white rope, which is a little bit on the thicker side, but you could use either one. I think that this one's going to provide like the right thickness just to be able to use one piece. And I'm going to do that on the inside and the outside of that wreath form. So I had just flipped it over. I let it set up a little bit, but that glue actually dries a little bit faster than you would think it would. And I'm actually going to use hot glue for this part of it. And I just put glue along the inside edges, and I'm attaching the white rope all the way around. This also kind of glues it to the sea glass, which is going to further glue the sea glass to the project and make it even more sturdy. So I just cut it and end it right here. That is actually going to be the top of my wreath form where the rope kind of starts and stops, or I can try to cover it up a little bit. I start with just a simple macrame cord hanger. I do end up replacing that with something else just because I wanted to cover up the ends of the rope a little bit better. And I still have plenty of rope left with the 6 foot that I can then go around the outside of it. So I'm going to use that same piece. And again, just starting in the same place that I started before, I'm hot gluing the white rope to the outside. And I think it really doesn't look like a wreath quite yet with just the skinny wreath and the sea glass. I think this gives it more of the wreath-like feel. And it's a pretty nice size. So when I get here to the end, I'm going to find out exactly how long I need it. It worked out perfectly. And I just hot glue that there to start and stop right there at the top. And you can also kind of glue down like some of your frayed edges to kind of hide them, make them blend in a little bit more there. And I think it's looking really coastal and cute so far. Now that's when I decided I didn't really like the way that the hanger was. I didn't think it really covered up the start and stop of the rope very well. So I'm actually going to use that same like macrame cord. I chose 2 pieces. I looped it inside, and then I'm going to tie a knot on this end. And then just kind of thread that through, like slip knotting that around. And it's going to wrap the rope a little bit better and help keep that load together, make it look more finished. I probably don't need it quite that long though, so I shortened it a little bit, but that provided a really nice wreath hanger for this project. And then I told you I was going to put a sign inside. A lot of you guys were telling me on my Facebook group the other day that you picked up these mermaid signs from your crafter's square and you didn't know what to do with them or how to paint them, so I'm going to show you how I did mine. Again, I'm going to use those same 3 colors that we used for sea glass. So this is like a navy blue. And what I'm doing with this one is just pushing it down. I want all of the background to be like that dark blue color, which is a color I don't use often. It's a little bit more of a nautical feel, but I'm going to distress it quite a bit. And I am using a brush because I really have to get it down in all those little cutouts. Sometimes these signs from the Dollar Tree are not my favorite just because they are hard to paint. It's true. So sometimes I even whitewash them or stain them a little bit just because they are kind of difficult to paint. And I do that all the way around. It's got like a mermaid tail and it's got like a wave. Super cute little sign. And this is not shore living. This is in like your regular crafter square, like along with like the regular mermaid signs that they have there now. And I also switched to a tiny brush just to make sure I got all of those little openings. Blue, I didn't really want any kind of natural wood shining through. And since this is a reef, I want the back to look kind of finished too. And I figured that I would have like some of the paint bleeding back here. It's just going to look a little bit more finished and professional if I paint the back of it. And so I just go over the back of it with more of the navy just to finish that off. Now for the ocean part, I want it to be blue. This is like Cloudless by Apple Barrel, very soft blue. And I'm just using a makeup sponge and I am dragging it over the top slice of wood, trying not to get any on the blue if I can help it. But I am going to distress the piece, so it probably doesn't even matter. And I do all of the ocean in that like light blue color to stand out against the blue background, but I also do the mermaid tail too. I'm going to further paint that a different color just to make it stand out a little bit. But just trying to get that painted as neatly as I can. I found that the makeup sponge definitely works the best for that. For the mermaid tail, I thought I needed to be more specific, so I went in with a paintbrush and I found that I really got a lot on the background using the paintbrush, so I think I definitely preferred the makeup sponge route. I've been having trouble finding the little makeup sponges at Dollar Tree, but I was able to get them pretty inexpensive off Amazon. I'll have to check to see if I have those in my Amazon shop under paint supplies because I really love them. They're definitely a go-to. And as you can see how much paint like I got like there on the back. I'm also going to do this area right over here with the white just to kind of make it contrast. And I guess it's not white, it's more of like an ivory. And I didn't like how much white, I didn't want the whole thing to be filled in like that. So I just used that tiny brush and my navy and I went in and tried to fill it in a little bit. Next time I'll just use makeup sponges. Definitely works better. I thought the smaller brush I'd have more control, but I really didn't. And then once I got a little bit dry, I go over it with ivory. With a makeup sponge this time, it works way better. And then I have those same colors, that white, that light blue, that dark blue from the sea glass. And then I wanted to distress it, of course. So I use that light blue color. I kind of distress all over to give it that coastal farmhouse feel. And this part is totally optional. I blend it with like a baby wipe, get it how I like it. And I'm actually going to distress it even a little bit more. Now, it does have a place for a hanger, so I'm going to use that macrame cord that I have left over from a project, and I'm just going to use that to attach it, have it hang, dangle down inside the wreath. It's the perfect size for this. And I'm just going to knot it. I can then just attach that to the back of my wreath. Nothing fancy. I just use a little bit of hot glue. It's not a very heavy sign, so I think that's going to stay in place nicely. I just make sure I get it centered where it's going to hang well, right there in the center of my wreath. That's when I was like, you know what? I do want to distress it a little bit more. And to do that, I'm going to do like a whitewash. So I mix some of that ivory paint with just some water. And I'm just going to kind of soak all of these like darker colors with that, let that soak in a little bit. And that in addition to like using my heat gun, it's going to give it just a very weathered feel. I just wanted it to look more weathered and less bold. So that's what I did. Just a quick whitewash on there and then just went in and dried it with my heat gun. And now I like the color scheme even better. Let me show you how this one turned out. I think the sea glass is so pretty. And here is a use for that little mermaid sign and a way to paint it. What do you guys think about this one? I think it's really fun, definitely unique. I just kind of had an idea for this one and I went with it and I'm so glad. I've never made a sea glass wreath before. Now for the next DIY, I wanted to make a centerpiece for my table. And I'm going to do that with one of these long board signs from the Dollar Tree. It doesn't matter which one it is. I'm going to use the zigzag one because I use that probably less than some of the other ones. And I just removed the hanger from the back and the staples because this is going to sit, the bottom of the sign is going to sit on my table. And it's a nice size for a centerpiece. So I wanted to do a fun coastal centerpiece. I've been to Sanibel recently, so I have lots of shelves and I need some ways to display it. For the sides of the box, I'm just using some of these 5-gallon paint stirrer sticks. These are from Walmart. They're only like a couple of dollars. You get 3 in a package. And I'm going to cut down one of them into 2 side pieces, which I do measure separately because Dollar Tree signs are not always perfectly symmetrical. And I just give them a quick sanding and I just went edge to edge. Now for the long sides of the box, I'm going to actually put my sides on there so that I can work around them. That way I don't really have to do any mitering of the corners or anything like that. And basically I'm just cutting the handle off. The reason I'm using the 5-gallon paint stirrer sticks is because they're long enough. You could always use Dollar Tree craft wood for this as well. But I really wanted something thin. This is not going to be shown in the final box really so much. It's going to be kind of the structure. To attach it, I just do a little bit of hot glue on the outside of the frame like that. Make sure I get like a 90-degree angle that it's going straight up, and I'm just going to glue both sides on first. Just like that. And I like the fact that it's wood on the bottom, but we're actually going to cover it with seashells and sand. So again, it doesn't really matter which sign you start with. For this side, I just put glue all the way around, including the pieces that we added, and glue that piece in place. Try to get my corners as straight as possible. And then I do the same thing here with the other side. We're going to wrap this little centerpiece, coastal centerpiece, in rope. So I don't really care what the finish is. I don't really care that my corners are not perfect on this. Again, I was just looking for the structure of a centerpiece box. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and start with the rope. I'm going to be using this Dollar Tree rope. It is like the 6-foot white rope. It's a little bit thicker. And just removing the tape from the end, I'm actually going to start and stop here at the end where you would think that there would be like handles. And we're going to do like a little faux handle look on this. And that will hide where the rope starts and stops. Now, the sides are about 3 rope thick, so I'm going to have to go around 3 times with the rope. So I go around 1 time, and I don't want to wrap it like around and around because I want everything to be flat. So I just cut it once I get to where I started and finish off that row. I have enough of the rope to go like half the way around, but not all the way, but I'm going to go with it since we can have handles on the end. That's going to cover that up. So I just start in the same place that I did before and hot glue that to the middle of the other side, then cutting that down to size so that I can start and stop right where I want to. Gonna start another package of this rope and just gluing it right here where we stopped. I'm gonna do like a half a side, or the like half of it, like one side like I did before, starting and stopping here. And then I should have plenty left on that package to go all the way around for the final. And that's going to take us all the way to the lip of it. And I really love the white nautical rope from the Dollar Tree because it doesn't have all that fuzziness that you're going to get with the brown. It looks super coastal or nautical. And I think it's going to look really cute with this centerpiece project. This would be great on a coffee table as well. I'm going to use mine on my table. My husband always hates like a tall centerpiece where you can't see each other. And so small ones like this work really well for us. Now for the faux handles, I'm just going to use burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to kind of wrap it around. So I just need a little piece like that. I'm going to glue it inside here, inside the box that we made. And then it's going to kind of give you the illusion of a handle. I'm not really going to have it be a functional handle. And just wrap that around where I can glue it on the underside. It's going to cover up all the start and stop areas of the rope and make it look cleaner. And it looks coastal as well with a little burlap addition. It stands out nicely against that nautical rope. And then I'm just going to do the same thing here on the other side. I just glued it to the bottom and cut it off and glued it down inside the box. Now I want this to be like a candle centerpiece, something that we can light up. And so to do that, I'm going to use some Dollar Tree candles. Here's a little view of what it looks like so far. It looks pretty cute actually, just as a tray, doesn't it? With that zigzag pattern. These are the candles we're going to use. You get 2 of them in a package at the Dollar Tree for $1.25. And I like odd numbers, so I'm going to use a 3. If you were going to make a longer one of these, you could do even 5. And I'm just going to use a little dot of hot glue just to make sure they stay in place. By gluing these down, I think that looks pretty good. Now, I have a whole bunch of seashells that I found in Sanibel, but I want to put them in a bed of sand. I thought that would be cute. So I had like just a partial package of like the tan sand from the Dollar Tree. And then I'm going to add more from another package. I did notice a little bit of mix match in color there, but that's okay. I'm just going to mix it all together and make it look more consistent. And then it's time for the fun part, the seashells. When my son and I went to Sanibel a few weeks ago, we found so many seashells, but only on one beach. The beach by the lighthouse found so many pretty seashells, as you can see. So I want to display them and have some fun with them in the centerpiece. So I'm just going to start spreading them all around. Beautiful conchs, all different kinds of seashells. Awesome. If you've been following my social media or my community tab, you'll see that we actually just got back from the Florida Keys. We were staying down in Marathon. That's not a good place for shelling. I really don't have anything to show for that trip, but we had such a wonderful vacation down there. We toured a sea turtle hospital, and we had so much fun. And I am just going to keep adding seashells. I have most of these, I think almost all of these are actually things that I found at the beach. There may be like a few Dollar Tree shells thrown in here and there, but I just want just a huge variety. I want it to be really full. You could kind of go crazy with this and not even need the sand because you could just keep piling the seashells in there. I just want everything that we found to be on display and fun. So this is it, my little beach centerpiece. I think it is so pretty. As you can see, a wide variety of shells, really colorful shells. I did wash them all. They look great. And it's going to look so cute lit up on my table, I think. Really easy structure to build. Anybody could really do it. Even if you don't have like a power saw like me, those little paint stir sticks are going to be pretty easy for you to cut down to size. And this is how it looks lit up at night. And I still use that for a centerpiece on my table. I love that it's low and it lights up. Now, the next coastal DIY video were more beach DIYs, and these were your very favorites. So for the first one, we're going to be using a Dollar Tree frame. It really could be any of the 8x10. You could even do larger if you could get a larger frame, but probably not from Dollar Tree. That's probably about the biggest that you're going to be able to find. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the back, the glass, all that kind of stuff. I just want the wooden frame. And it's really pretty nice quality from the Dollar Tree. This is one of my favorite frames to grab right now in their stores. Whenever I see them, I try to pick them up. They have it in the 8x10 and the 5x7. What I want to do is make this look like a palm frond. So I need a stem for my palm frond, and I'm going to use some of the wired jute from Dollar Tree because I needed something a little stronger than what we're going to be using to make the palm frond. So I go ahead and use my wire cutters to cut that. You have to be a little careful with their wired jute because the jute really wants to kind of slip off the wire, especially if you're working with it. So I'm just going to hot glue the ends down to kind of keep the wire in there, keep everything in place. And I just cut enough to go from one end to the next. And then for the palm fronds, we're actually just going to be using one of these little grass skirts from the Dollar Tree. I love using these for summer, but you can even reuse them for a fall. So I'm going to go ahead and untie it because I want it to be long. And because I want to wrap the stem of the palm frond because I don't really want you to be able to see the jute twine. I do like it that it's there. It makes the wire thicker, but I want it to kind of blend in with the palm frond more and not be like a woody looking stem with this like light color leaf. So I want it to look like a palm frond like coming down throughout the frame and one that you can kind of see through as no back on the frame. So I just tied it to the end of the wire jute and I am just simply wrapping it around. I did two pieces at once to try to cover a little bit more territory, sort of overlapping. I'm going to be wrapping it again to get the palm fronds, and you might want to wrap it a little bit better than I did because I did have to patch up a few places that you could see some of the twine coming out there after I add the palm frond. So I wanted to go from the side to the bottom and like an inch or so from the corner. And I'm just going to attach this with hot glue on that ledge on the inside of the frame. So I have the frame laying there upside down. So I have the little ledge where the glass sits in the frame. And because I don't want anything that's really going to stick out of the back of it too much. And so I just kind of nestled that down inside and hot glue it on and let that dry to set up in place. Now, For the palm fronds, I had this idea, and the first thing I thought of was these grass skirts from the Dollar Tree. I love crafting with these. I made a really cool fall wreath recently here on my channel, and they're just really fun to craft with. It's a great way to get lots of raffia. So making sure it's flat, I just wind it around the stem like that, having it come down like a palm frond, right? And so I hot glue that in place and pull it down, also facing down, hot glue it on that side. Now it's only kept in place by being wrapped around that stem. So that part's really important. I wrap around and then under, and then I'm gonna sit my next one here, hot gluing that down, pulling it taut, and then hot gluing it. And I hot glue it before I cut it, and that makes sure I don't cut it too short. It makes it a little bit easier. And I'm going to repeat this all the way up until it looks like all the palm fronds like coming down from a palm tree. This worked really well. I had envisioned this in my mind and I had to try it. I think it would look really cute if you did like a set of them. You could have like two of them like opposite directions, the palm fronds going opposite directions, but it was really fun to make. Now, when I was first starting, I could use kind of the smaller pieces or pieces cut in half. But once I get going up here, I'm going to start needing longer and longer pieces because I'm filling up more of the frame. But it was really simple to do, and I was glad that I didn't really have to glue it in place. It allowed it to be a little bit more flexible there on the stem. I just wind it around, kind of making sure that the grass skirt was flat so it will look like that palm leaf. And this was really fun to put together. I originally made this to make it a hanging sign, but then I really liked the fact that you could see through it. And so I actually ended up making this into a standing sign. I was wondering what it would look like too if you were to do this with the green grass skirt from the Dollar Tree. So then it would look like a palm frond that was alive, where this kind of looks like an older palm frond that has turned yellow, which was what I was kind of going for with this one. Now I'm just kind of following my stem, using that as the guide, and then just coming down with the palm frond, gluing it in place. And my hot glue gun releases a lot of hot glue. You might do better with a hot glue gun that maybe is a little bit finer detail, because I was struggling not to use too much hot glue, but that ledge there worked perfectly to glue it to. It didn't take much to glue these down. They're very lightweight. Now when I'm getting to the end of the stem, I have to be a little bit creative. So I go ahead and glue that one in place, and then I just wrap around the next one because I'm done on the right side and I just need to fill in the left side. Maybe one more piece right here to finish out the palm frond. And everything seems pretty secure. I thought I would do a bead of hot glue on the back of the stem though, where you wouldn't be able to see it, just to make sure that nothing falls down. And this is what it looks like so far. This was my original idea, just to leave it like this, but you know, I have brown walls in my house and it kind of just blended in too much, and so I decided to add a little bit of color to mine. Now this is what I was talking about. You could still see some of the twine even after I was done wrapping all of the raffia around. So what I'm doing is I just started at the bottom and I'm just going up and kind of rewrapping the areas there where you could see some of the twine peeking out from behind the grass skirt. And I wish that I would have probably wrapped it a little bit better the first time. Then I wouldn't have to do this, because this was a little tricky trying to snake this through. It is a little bit delicate being made out of this like lightweight raffia, but I don't have to do it all the way. Just here where I'm noticing that you could see a little bit of that jute, I wanted all of that to be covered. But that seemed to work pretty well. So I'm just going to finish off this last one here, and I can kind of just stop right here. So I just use a little hot glue and tear off the grass skirt. This is our palm frond so far. I told you at first I was going to make it a hanging sign, so that's what I'm doing here. I just use a hanger I have left over from a Dollar Tree sign. And a little trick, I use some hot glue to center it in place so that when I'm screwing it in, I keep it exactly where I want it. But I think it turned out really cute, but I wanted more color. So I found one of these mesh laundry bags at the Dollar Tree the other day, and I was thrilled to see that they're making these in colors. Check out this beautiful blue color. I thought this could look like the beautiful like blue sky behind the palm tree. And so I'm just going to cut this laundry bag and make it like a big sheet of mesh. I like to use these kind of bags sometimes for like fish netting and stuff like that with coastal crafting. But I like the idea of using this behind it because it will also be see-through like the openings in the palm frond. And so I just cut the bottom and then cut the side with the seam until I have a giant sheet of this mesh. And then I am going to attach it to the back of it like this. I used a marker to kind of sketch out a little bit wider so I would know how to cut it. It was a little tricky to cut, kind of like almost like a deco mesh. But I'm just going to cut inside that line and try to get it as close as I can. I want to be able to hide this all behind the frame like I did everything else for this. So just cutting it down to size. I think somebody must have used these scissors for something else because normally they're way sharper. They were struggling on that one. And then I'm just going to lay it across the back like this. And if you have the same thing where if you're using like the wood frame like this with the grass skirt and it's just too neutral, you could put anything behind it. You could even do fabric behind it. But again, I wanted something see-through. I really liked that kind of effect on this. So I'm just going to attach that mesh with some hot glue. I start right here at the bottom, trying to make sure that I don't go over the sides of the frame. I want everything to be hidden back here. And then I'm going to go ahead and do one side. You can cut it a little bit shorter than you need it to be. I did have to trim mine a little bit here and there because I want to pull it kind of taut when I hot glue it. So it kind of gets rid of any of the wrinkles, no extra fabric like hanging out there on the back. And then finally we're going to finish here with the top. And it did add a little bit of blue color behind the palm frond, which I thought was really cool. And I like it like this. I like it kind of against white. I don't really have any white in my house. But I thought I would make it into a standing sign and I could use it like on one of my cabinets and my coastal decor. So I just went ahead and removed the hanger. And I'm just going to use some of this craft wood from the Dollar Tree. This is like I think the 10-inch chunky slat. It is the perfect size without even cutting to go on the bottom of an 8x10 frame. Just need to get the adhesive off of there. That is the glue away. It's like the adhesive remover they have at Dollar Tree right now. It works pretty good. It's kind of like Goo Gone. And then I'm going to try to match the wood grain that's going on in the frame. So I start with this color. I think this is called Beachcombers by Apple Barrel. And I'm just going to go ahead and give it a light stain just by using a thin coat of paint and then rubbing it like with a baby wipe so I still get that like wood grain. And then I'm going to go back and distress with some Antique Wax by Waverly, using a paper towel to kind of smooth that out. And look, we're pretty close to making that match the frame. I think we're close enough. So I distress the front and the back as well. And the ends are a little raw the way that they're cut, being real wood. So I just kind of distress them slightly with it to kind of make it blend in. And now it's just a matter of putting it all together. The frame is not super heavy, so I think hot glue is going to be fine for this. I just use a nice healthy row of hot glue there and stand it up on the base. Now, letting it dry at this stage is really important because you want this to be strong. You could always use a little structure here in the back if you needed to. I decided to use more hot glue in the back where you wouldn't be able to see it, and it seems to be strong enough without anything else back there to kind of hold it up. And I really love how this turned out. I hope you guys like it. It is a little palm frond, kind of in front of a bluish sky. I'm glad I added the background. I was a little iffy on whether I should do it, but I think it added another fun texture element to it. So this is my little palm frond idea. I like to come up with really original ideas for you guys for your coastal decor to give you some fun crafting ideas. Okay, for the next DIY, I picked up 2 pairs of flip-flops from the Dollar Tree. These are beachy and cool, but it doesn't really matter because we're going to paint them. I wanted to do a fun, like, flip-flop wall hanging, but something for outdoors. So I'm going to go ahead and just cut the plastic straps off these that were already on there. This one's kind of dirty. I wonder if somebody tried this on in the store. I really love that starfish pattern, and I almost kept them like that, but I ended up kind of going a different direction with them. So I want to go ahead and remove the strap from 3 of them. I want to do 3 flip-flops all on top of each other, each one going a different direction like that, and do a hanging that you could use for like a door hanging or you could use for a wall hanging. I'm making this one for outdoors, but you could totally use it inside. It turned out really cute. I've seen a lot of people make like wreaths with these, but I wanted to see if I could do something a little bit different. So for this one, I'm going to go ahead and paint it. I'm using this color. It's called a cool blue. I thought this was kind of a little darker than the blue I usually use for beachy, but I intended to paint this white first to cover up all of that white writing, and I kind of forgot until I already had the blue on there. So I'm going to have to go ahead and go back in there with some white because as you can see, it's going to take quite a few coats to cover that. But I found if you go over white writing and like the white ropes with white, it's going to cover that up so much easier. So for this second coat, I just do a coat of white to kind of wipe all of that out. Give me a blank canvas to start from. I found that using the end to a tiny paintbrush worked really well from getting the paint that kind of drips down in the holes there on the flip-flop. And now we're going to go back in with that cool blue color. And this isn't quite the same color. They were like navy before, so I'm going to go ahead and make them this color. I do want to make the whole thing look this color, so I will go in and paint the sides as well. As you can see, the paint kind of dripped over the sides anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and clean that up, make them look like they were blue flip-flops. And I don't think I've ever painted Dollar Tree flip-flops before. They actually painted really nice. You can still see the texture of the flip-flop and everything like that. And I kind of wanted to make it look like wood, to make it look like a wood wall hanging, but we're actually going to be using real flip-flops. So at this point, I was trying to decide if I was going to leave the starfish on there because I do really like the starfish, or how I was going to decorate them. I do end up painting those as well. And I also considered using these two to decorate, just to make them not so plain with some of these glass stickers from the Dollar Tree. They're like little seashells and stuff like that. I wasn't sure because I didn't really want to take away from the texture of the flip-flop, but I was considering using them for a minute. They are not real permanent. You can move them around, and I end up not using them, but they were easy enough to remove. So for these flip-flops, what I did was I forgot to turn the camera on, and I painted them. So basically, I did the same thing, but I used white, and then for the blue color, I used Caribbean Blue by Delta. It's a really nice beachy blue color. It's a little bit darker than the Cloudless. And I went over the tops of both of them. And then I'm also going to paint the sides of them as well to make them match. But it's pretty close to the original color of these flip-flops anyway. And as you can see, they painted really nice as well. And we're going to be making a sign with this. So I wanted the colors to be kind of alternating. That's when I decided, yeah, I'm probably not going to need these. I think I just want them to look like wood flip-flops, kind of make them look like distressed wood if I could. The Caribbean Blue already kind of looks distressed, so I don't really have to do anything with that one. I'm doing that light blue over the white. But this one is a little too solid, so I'm going to distress it with a dry brush technique with just some white acrylic and go back with a baby wipe, kind of blend that around, make it look evenly distressed, kind of give it that same vibe that the light blue ones have. And I think these are going to be great to make a sign with. This was a really fun project to make. So just making sure they're all dry. And then I'm going to measure how big of lettering I can do. I decided about 1 inch by 4 inch. I can make a word for each one of my flip flops. And I know a lot of you guys are scared of using your Cricut or scared of using Cricut Design Space. So I kind of wanted to take you through the process. It's really not that hard. Over on the left side, I go to shapes and I choose a rectangle because I kind of want to do a background so I know exactly what size to make it. I wanted it to be 4 inches wide, so I changed the size to 4 inches wide by 1 inch high. But you know what? I didn't hit the unlock up there above it. You have to do that to be able to change dimensions. So I want it to be 4 inches by 1 inches. You can even choose the color so you can envision what you're doing. You can zoom in, make it look a little bit bigger, but it's still the 1 inch by 4 inch. You can copy and paste. So I want to do 3 different flip flops. So I want to do 3 backgrounds and I want my words to be about that big. I just inserted some text. I'm just going to use the Cricut Sans font that comes up by default. It's a nice, simple font and nothing that you have to pay for. And I just type in the word beach. Then you can kind of stretch it to resize it. Copy and paste it to keep the same font, same color, and do your next word and copy and paste for the next one. And then you can just change what you type. So I want these flip-flops to say beach vibes only. I want them to be as big as I can get them though. So I do kind of stretch them, resize them, make sure I can fill up the whole box. Then I delete all the rectangles because I don't want to cut that out on vinyl. And then I click make. You can save it or not save it. It's up to you. I'm using my Cricut Joy Extra, so I'm going to use it with the matless. So that is my favorite. You don't have to deal with a mat, no cleaning mats or anything like that. I'd like to move mine around a little bit so I have a little bit of room to be able to cut around the words just by stretching them. And now it's time to cut. For materials, I'm going to use some smart vinyl. I had some, but I'll show you a trick here if you don't have any. All you have to do is kind of push those inner rings there out towards the side, and you can put any kind of heavy duty vinyl in there if you cut it down to the proper size. So I think it's like 9.5 inches wide. I've done that before, but I did have some Cricut Smart Vinyl in white, and so I just used that to cut that out. So not too hard. Don't be afraid of it. I know some of you guys have told me that you've never even taken it out of the box, but I want to encourage you to use it if you have one because they are great machines. My newest Cricut is the Joy Extra, and it does like the matless cutting like that, and that is my favorite. I use it way more than I use my Explorer Air 2 now. So I went ahead and cut the vinyl into the 4 different squares, the 4 different words, and then I am just going to weed it. I have one of these Cricut Bright Pads. I know Dollar Tree Plus has a version of these that you can use as well, because especially when I am weeding white, I have trouble seeing with my old eyes. So if I find it helpful to put it on a light when I weed it, but this font was pretty easy, a pretty easy font to weed. Everything stayed down pretty well. Now, this is my favorite paper transfer paper. I get this on Amazon. I have it linked in my Amazon shop. I swear by it. It's so great. You can even reuse it. And I am going to just scrape my vinyl to make sure it is down. If it's not down, you can kind of push your sheet back down to make sure that it adheres. And I went ahead and did a transfer paper for each one of my flip-flops so we can make it spell out beach vibes only. This is a permanent vinyl, so I think it will work well for outside without really needing to do much to it. And this is kind of how I wanted my setup to be, and I want the words to be like on the heels because we're going to make straps for the flip-flops and that would kind of block the words. So I just go ahead and scrape them and peel off the transfer paper. It doesn't, like, these are freshly painted. It doesn't mess with my paint at all. Like some of the really sticky transfer papers. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Cricut transfer paper at all, but I love the paper one. So there we are, beach vibes only, really easy. And now for the flip-flop straps. I'm going to use the Walmart jute rope. It is wider than the Dollar Tree jute, any of the Dollar Tree jute that I have found. And I thought it would be nice and thick for a flip-flop strap. You could also use Dollar Tree rope, but it might be a little too thick when you get to the little hole there between your toes. So I cut 3 pieces that would be long enough for one piece would be long enough for 2 straps on the flip flop, if that makes sense. Now it is a little bit crazy, this jute. I trim off any like pieces that are sticking out, and I like to use a ruler to kind of burn off any fuzzies. And if you're going to clean up the jute, now is the time to do it before you attach it to your flip flop. Now to attach it, I'm just going to string it through the flip flop right here like it was before. I can go behind it, tie a knot, and that's going to secure it. And this is just a perfect diameter jute for these. I string it through the other side and knot it as well. Now I have a loop here at the end that I can just put the entire loop down inside the flip-flop to pull it tight to make easy little flip-flop straps. And they look oh so coastal being made out of ropes. So I kind of pull them out, arrange them, what would look good like a flip-flop. I cut the loop at the end so I have 2 pieces that I can kind of tie together. And because I didn't really have enough room to loop that into a knot, but I could double tie that into a knot to make that really good and secure. So there's our first flip flop. I think it's looking really cute. I'm glad I decided to do solid colors on these because I think just the colors, the words, the twine really gives it that beach vibe that I was going for. And they really turned out looking very classy. So I'm going to go ahead and put both my straps through this one. Just knotting on the bottom of my flip flop. And then I have that same loop again that I just pinch and kind of force into that hole. It's not too hard to get through there because the rope's not super thick. And pull it out about the right place I want it, and then I can tie it off here on the back. I'm also going to use this twine to make the hanger that is going to hang the entire thing. And I've always wanted to craft with flip-flops. I never have on my channel. Can you believe that? So I'm glad I decided to attempt a project. I really think it turned out so cute. I really love it. So our last flip-flop, all I have to do is kind of adjust it, make it sure it sits properly, and then tie this one off as well. It's really coming together, a little beach vibes only, like flip-flop sign. And it looks so, so coastal. So I'm going to flip them upside down. Make sure they are all about even. And then I can string them with that jute twine. I cut one long piece that can act as the hanger and attach them all together. And I was trying to decide if I needed to use like a more permanent glue or hot glue. I found that twine and like rope seems to hot glue really well, even outside. So I'm going to go ahead and use some hot glue. I think it's just going to be easier. But again, I had to clean up the rope by kind of trimming it, burning it, making sure it looks good. And I'm going to kind of string it like this. So I'm going to go inside or outside, I'm sorry, the bottom straps there. And then going inside about an inch below, like the little thing that goes between your toes there. I'm going to glue that one. And I'm just kind of measuring probably about an inch between flip-flops. And I'm just kind of eyeballing it. And then the same place there, I can loop my hanger and then bring it down the other side. I'm going to glue it in the same places. So I'm going to go like an inch underneath that knot, go underneath those 2 knots, and then finishing up here just like I did above. Trimming off the excess so I don't have any other hanging. And you know, they're pretty lightweight, so I think they'll be pretty strong, but I decided to reinforce it with a little bit more hot glue just to make sure. And let me show you how this turned out, our little flip-flop wall hanging. I think it looks so coastal and cute. This would look really cute in a bathroom too if you had like a beach theme or something like that. I decided the final touch would be a seashell. So I'm going to add one here to like the strap of each one. I was trying to decide if I wanted 3 that were all the same or all different. I didn't really want them all the same, but they were just the perfect size. And these are just Dollar Tree seashells. You could always use some treasures that you find from the beach. And I'm just going to hot glue one to each one of my flip-flops. And since I didn't do any kind of like decor on them, I think this really added a little extra special touch. So there it is, our little beach vibes only flip flops. Those, make sure you get the same size, of course, if you want to recreate this project, but it really doesn't matter which flip flops you find. You could even use the kids one if you could get them without the back straps. That might interfere if you want to do a sign, but I chose like the size small, which is like the size 5, 6. You could always make the larger ones too. You would just get a larger sign. Okay, next up we have coastal resin crafting using the Dollar Tree resin and some great molds that I got on Amazon and Temu. Okay, the next mold I also got on Temu for about $3. It is a turtle tray. And it looks like it's sold out right now, but it looks like they have other listings for the same item on there. The reason I got these on Temu is because I had a discount. I've never ordered anything from them before. And I had found a better selection on there than Amazon. This one I want to try mixing in sand to see if we can make this sea turtle tray out of sand. And I also want to try out the Dollar Tree mica powder. This is also $1.25 found in the crafter square near like the resin and stuff like that. And it has these like bright, beautiful colors. I want to try the light blue. And it kind of reminds me of a glittery eyeshadow. I think you can actually even use eyeshadow with resin as well. But it's got this great shimmer. And I think you could probably use like eyeshadow little applicators for this as well. I didn't really have any handy, so I'm just using a small paintbrush. And I'm just carefully going over all of like the spots, like kind of the detail there on the shell of the sea turtle and making that blue. I thought that would be a fun contrast against the tan sand from the Dollar Tree when I mix that together with the resin. For this one, it's a larger tray. One way you can find out the volume you're going to need with resin is to fill them up with water before you do your project so that they'll be dry when you go to use them. And what I did is made a list of all of the different molds and how much resin that they could hold with water just by kind of doing an experiment right before. And I found that this tray would hold about 6 ounces. So I'm going to try 4 ounces together there of resin, plus the sand will fill up the rest of the volume. Again, I'm going to use some of those acrylic trays from Dollar Tree and then just mix up my resin. 1 part B, 1 part A, and I'm going to mix it all together in a larger like solo cup. That way I have room for sand and everything that I want to mix together. You'll have to remember when mixing your Dollar Tree resin to mix it slowly. You're going to want to do that to make sure it gets really well mixed. Make sure to scrape the sides when you're mixing as well. And you're going to want to avoid bubbles if possible. And I'll try to leave links for everything. I have an Amazon shop with a resin category for the items that I get on Amazon. Also, like the Dollar Tree resin. It does go in and out of stock. I do like to buy it. I think it's $30 for a case of it, but it's great because you get like half the A, half the B. And then it's time to mix in some sand. I start with a cupful of that sand, mixing it together to see how thick that is. I think I get it fairly thick, but I decide to add some more. In the final product, I wish I would actually use some more sand. It was getting pretty thick at this point though, so I thought it would probably be a good time to spread it out. So once I get that mixed together, I'm just going to dump the resin and sand into the tray mold, trying to make sure to let it kind of seep into the different parts without overlapping and causing a mess. And kind of like just kind of spreading that out in areas where it still needs to fill. And resin is self-leveling, so you don't have to worry about it being flat as long as it's on a fairly flat surface like that. So just trying to make sure I get it all in there, and I think I have just the right amount. Now, if I would have added more sand, I think it would have been thicker. Right now, the sand kind of sinks, as you can see, and there was a little bit of moisture being here in Florida. I store my sand in my garage, so I'm just using a lighter to try to get rid of some of those bubbles that kind of came to the top. You could see them there. It was kind of like a foam, and the lighter worked really well for that. But what happens is the sand kind of sinks and the clear resin stays on the top. So I let it sit overnight, and here's the exciting part. Let's see what we can get. And as you can see, there's kind of a sand layer and there's kind of a clear layer on the bottom. That's why I was saying next time I think I would use more sand. But look how beautiful this turtle tray turned out. I love the combination with that blue mica powder and the sand. I think it's so beautiful. You can use this as a soap dish. I think I'm going to put this next to my kitchen sink to like hold my sponge. I think that'd be really pretty. I have a sea turtle theme going on in my kitchen, and I think it's going to look really coastal and beautiful in there. Here's a little bit closer look of it. It's got a shiny surface. Anytime you're working with a like shiny mold, it's going to give you that shiny finish on your resin project. And oh my gosh, the fact that it's made out of sand, I think just makes this sea turtle so adorable. What do you guys think? Next up, I'm going to be using some sea creature molds that I got on Amazon. I do have them linked in my Amazon shop down below. This one is the jellyfish mold. The volume I found on this one was 3 ounces. So I'm actually going to have a little extra. I'm going to mix 4 ounces for this, and I'll just have some extra that I can use on another project. And again, just mixing B and A together for this first part. What I want to do is using those Dollar Tree glass beads again, do a really beautiful jellyfish. A lot of times they have like a really fun pattern or texture on the jellyfish that make them really beautiful. And I think I can get that with the glass beads. I'm going to leave my resin clear on this one so that the glass beads can really shine and you can see these really well. So again, I just mixed up 2 batches of the resin. So total of 4 ounces really, even though I only need about 3. And you know what? You can take the beads and actually add them to your resin. Anytime you have an add-on and you add it to the resin before, it can help avoid air bubbles after adding it to the resin. One thing I have found is you always want to add resin to your mold before you put other things in there, because it's really going to increase the chances of like air bubbles forming on the surface of it. And so I just chose a couple different colors of the blue beads and I load them into the cup. That way I can stir them, mix them in all together. And then I'll probably add the rest of them just freehand. I'm going to use all of the beads I have left in that package except for the long skinny ones. I think that might kind of take away from the jellyfish pattern that I want to do with this one. But for this part of the jellyfish, like the main body part, that's where I want all of these beads to be. So I just kind of dump that out in there. The resin will kind of spread out around. But I just kind of want these beads to be kind of random and centrally located right here in the center part of the jellyfish. And then I'm just going to add more and more. I love these glass beads. I'm definitely going to have to be picking up more of these because I think they're so beautiful, especially in a resin project like this. And then I'm going to take the rest of my clear resin and we're going to fill up those tentacles. Just like the octopus, is a little challenging. If you tilt it slightly, you can get it to go down each one of the tentacles until it is filled with resin. Now the tentacles are a little bit trickier for the beads. You just kind of have to hand place them. So again, I'm using the blue glass beads and just kind of scattering those out evenly on the tentacles. Now, since I'm not using like any color or pigment on this one, I would still want it to be really colorful. So that's why I'm using as many of the glass beads as I can to really provide some color to this piece. Now, these glass beads are like kind of a cornflower blue color. They're a little bit different. So I'm going to kind of scatter those around like the edge of the jellyfish body. And I'm going to randomly kind of mix it in with the mixture I have in the middle as well. And I'm going to go ahead and use all of them. I might as well and make this as colorful as I can. So I kind of spread those out on the tentacles, the body, wherever they will fit. And you can kind of move stuff around at this point. Everything's still really wet. And I found that the Cricut weeder or like a toothpick is really good for that. I let my jellyfish sit overnight and it's time to demold and see how this one turned out. A little tricky getting this off. Again, it's a little bit flexible at this point, so just kind of take your time. It will harden up and it won't be flexible once it finishes curing, but it's definitely set up well enough to take the mold off. And if you wanted your tentacles to be kind of skewed at this point, you could mold them and kind of make them go however you want. I want my piece to be flat. And I did find a small part here, like on one of the tentacles, where I did have a little bit of extra resin. And again, I'm just going to trim that off. It's still fairly flexible at this point, so razor blade or scissors work well for that. But look how beautiful and colorful this glass bead jellyfish turned out. I thought this would make a really fun sun catcher as well. I think I'm going to hang this one in my kitchen. So again, I'm going to use an eyelid screw for the hanger. And since it's still fairly soft, I can just screw that in without having to pre-drill a hole in there. I just thought that that would be easier and kind of make it a little bit stronger. Once it starts getting a little bit harder, I switch to a pair of pliers and just screw that in the top, and it gives me a really nice hanger on there that doesn't really take away from the piece at all. And again, we're going to be using some of those suction cups from the Amazon. And I'm going to tie it up with just some fishing line as well, so you can't really see the hanger. So again, I just knot that, double tying that around the suction cup. You can find suction cups that have like the hole drilled through them. These are just plain suction cups, so they don't have that, but you could always drill that or cut that into it if you needed it. And then I'm going to string the fishing line through my jellyfish hanger, and we're going to simply tie this up to hang it. I'm going to hang this in my kitchen window. I think it's going to look so pretty with all of the colorful glass beads in there and the beautiful jellyfish shape. Let me show you how it looks hanging in my window. With all of those beautiful glass beads in there, I love this. I love jellyfish. They're one of my favorite creatures. I think they're so beautiful. And this really reminds me of a jellyfish with like the dots and the pattern on the tentacles and the body of the jellyfish. And I always love trying the Dollar Tree resin. It's so much fun. So that was 30 coastal DIYs that were your very favorites from my beach DIY videos in 2024. You'll have to let me know which DIYs were your favorite down in the comments below. Thank you so much for making it all the way to the end of today's video. If you would like more Dollar Tree DIYs like you've seen today, be sure to check out my main YouTube channel, which is called Crafty Beach, and be sure to subscribe. Thanks for joining me today, and happy crafting.